What do you mean lies? What going on? It seems interesting. Seems interesting. How was your day, Stoney? Are you just waking up again? That's probably the case. God damn it! Right at the start. This is crazy. This is a crazy thing. I am still setting up stuff. You have been awake for a bit. This is crazy. This is not like you. What is happening? What is happening to you? Are you working? Are you doing a lot of work? Oh, this is very broken. This is very broken.
Hekig just resubscribed for 8 months. HAYOO.
Thank you, welcome in. You are resubbing with the French. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. I hope your day is good and everything is fine. Yeah, I'm sorry. That needed to happen. This is the detail done. We have some good news, though. We have some good news and some just news, but yeah, that happens. Cybersect, welcome on in. Let me check the fucking. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot of colors. That's a lot of colors. I like these. I wish I could have had some of these ones, the Coke cans glass from a long time ago that are still made now. But yeah, I like these ones a lot. I mean, it's nice to have, you know. It's nice to have colors in your cupboards and on your plates and so on. So, eh, eh. Uh, so we have in band we have for the news for today. In band we have a new card, which is the Haze Study card, which is because band is by designer for designers project kind of thing. For myself, at least, we now have that card, which is giving you the ability to get some sort of a short-ish article as a case study, so you can have like what you've done, some pictures, presentations, whatever. Like it's very simple. It's a like simple blog thing. Meh. So that's the that's the situation. So that's cool. I'm gonna go over how it looks in a second, but that's the good news. The thing that we talked about with Ashes on their stream on Monday, yes, on Monday, is now implemented in the project, and I'm gonna show you that in a second, which is cool. The other thing, Can in Android has received the updates. So now it is updated. People have now access to the handwritten fonts, the 4 or 5 missing dictionaries that were in iOS but were not in Android. So that's cool. Some changes in the quizzes section to be a bit more efficient and more better. So that's news. The crash that I talked about on Wednesday on Perfume is not fixed because I can't reproduce it again. So I don't know. I thought I could. I can't. So I'm kind of stuck. I can't fix it right now. So I'm probably going to send an update because there is a ton of thing that needs to be pushed and updated on Perfume. But for now, it's going to be still broken. Potentially. I don't know. I'm going to see. But so far, that's the news. To answer your questions, no, this chain is on my neck 24/7. No, every day since 2023. So So no. And you said you have potentially very good or bad news. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, when I have both, so and I don't think that will help in any way, shape, or form, but because it's too low. But it's neat and it only work uh with the big one because that's like a silver and gold at the same time, and the big chain is also a silver and gold at the same time. So we like it for that, and that's the reason why they are together. So, anyways, there. Alpha testing for V2 has begun. You rejected a 200K job offer for Kyoto. That's interesting. Uh, that means that you believe Kyoto is going to be more successful for you in the long term than 200K job, which is really telling, and that's really good. So congrats. Uh, that's extremely good news. That is extremely good news. So the news in question is right about here. I know you don't know. Great, welcome on in. Yes, this Kyoto. I think. I think that's the right Kyoto. Yes. Um. So, as mentioned on Wednesday, we were at 65, 67 users. As of today, we are at 84. So the fix on the ability to log in bring us a lot more people than expected. So that's good. Uh, Not doubling the amount, but 84 users is pretty good. We have 2 paying users, so that's a win. The other thing, because as I was saying, Ashes of Owls that we rated on Monday talked about the fact that this pricing model was really interesting. They would be really interested in potentially implementing something similar. And therefore, now we have this page, which is called the staircase. And the staircase page is basically giving you the ability to check if this would be potentially feasible for yourself. So it gives you all of the settings that I have in my head when I'm doing my calculation of saying, oh, so I'm using Clerk as my oath, but maybe you are using Keycloak for self-hosting and so on. So, that you have that. Maybe you're not using Superbase. Maybe you are like me and you're using Convex instead. For the hosting, you're not on Vercel, you are on Cloudflare pages, or you have your own VPS. So if it is like self-hosted, it asks you how much are you paying per month or per year or whatever. So for me, it's just Cloudflare pages. Resend for the email, so that's pretty useful. That's simple. It works. I don't have any more like storage other than the R2 from Cloudflare. And then no monitoring, and the payment is going to be Stripes, regular things. And then expected growth, which doesn't exist and will never work, but we never know. So I'm saying that I have probably a 5% of my total user base that is paying. And the monthly growth, specifically in the beginning, is probably going to be like 15% to 10%. It really doesn't matter, but that's like where we are. The amount of users that we have at the start. So right now we are at like 80. So I could say 80. And then I know that my billing cycles is for how I want this thing to be kind of working. It's currently on annual. And so here we have the fact that you have the starting plan at $30 a year, and your floor is auto calculated at the break even with your infra cost. So right now I can see that my infra cost is at 1 million user or 1 million paying users is 4.8. So it made it at 4.9. And because I have not 60, a 6 per user per year as my floor, that's going to be pretty good and pretty working. The payment processor is Stripe, even though I'm still unsure why I kept it on both sides, but it's kind of necessary. And then the taxes based on where you are located. So if I'm in France, it's going to be 20%. If I'm in Japan, it's going to be 50%. So that's a bit of a weird thing. Let's say 22 for the sake of being there. And then you get the flaws and the steps that you need to take in order to see how much you're getting in the bank, how much you are not getting in the bank, what is good, what is not good, and so on. So you have like your infra cost, how much it's going to cost you per month at this level. The reason for that, yeah, and walk on in. The reason for that is that 100 paying users is basically equal to 2,000 active users, like 2%-ish of the amount, whatever, it doesn't matter. And that means that this is roughly the $25 for Convex because of the amount of read and write things that needs to happen. So overall, we have that. We know that the bank is going to be at about 3K. And in order to achieve that level, it's going to take us 2.8 years. So in roughly 2.5 years, we're going to have 2,000 users. So that, slow growth and everything. And with 5% that are paying, this is going to take a while to get to 3K, but technically up to that point, there is no real cost. So that's pretty good. We have the amount of cost that is calculated here. And that's pretty neat. And then you can see when things are basically turning into money printing machine, even though it is still safe. But right here, I'm having like 1 million in the bank and 2 million in the banks. And that is happening in 10 years from now. So maybe in total, in 10 years of activities, the business on its own would have generated 2 mil in total. Obviously, this is with the assumption that you are not spending anything other than the infrastructure cost. So obviously that will never happen. But I feel like this is going, as the title of today's stream implies, I think this is going to be very useful for a lot of you to potentially see if this would be a viable thing. And then going back to what I said to Stony in the first place, with the $100, I think I said $100 a month or $100 a year, I forgot. But if we said that we started at $100 and the floor for what you wanted to have was something along the line of $4 a year or something, let's say 10 just for the sake of, whatever. That means that on your first 2.8 years, you're making 10K in total, and then 20, and then 35, and then you are basically getting a lot more. But yeah. A lot more money in total. I like the assumption of growth. I think that's my most important thing, where if you have something that is like strongly growing and that has or convert really well and that have a very very strong growth in the beginning, you end up with something that is probably even more monetizable and so on. But yeah, no, I don't. I don't. I didn't add the Cloudflare Enterprise thing, but if you need something specific and you know exactly how much it costs, then you can do that. You can just add a service, say that this is your Cloudflare whatever, and then you say that this is the amount per month. If you just have the yearly, you just divide it by 12, and that's fine. And then you get your additional things. So you can basically have everything that you need to see exactly how much things are costing you. But most importantly, at least for me, I can see that in the amount of things that are costing me the most is probably somehow like um how can I say that? um there is a time where switching from Clerk to something else, self-hosted, for example, is not a bad idea. And so if you just do that and you say, well, I'm implementing Keycloak instead, and it's going to be self-hosted and it's going to cost me, I don't know, $120 per year for the VPS or whatever. I doubt that's the price, but I don't know the prices. That is going to basically cost a lot less and give a lot more in outputs. That's interesting. I don't know, you know. Um, so I think it's going to be pretty useful. I think that's going to be a very, very useful thing. The fact that you can then say, well, it cost me, technically speaking, it's going to cost me $2 per user as a floor. And so if you wanted to get like from 100 to 2, from 100 users to 1 million user, you have a very decent drop in prices. That still makes you a ton of money. But yeah, that's, I mean, a ton. Again, there is and there will be a ton of things that happen in these 7-year time period. Boy, yeah. Also, yes, 100%. I don't know exactly how it's supposed to be celebrated, but yeah, if you do that, have fun. Isn't that like next month, or is it like this month, this entire month? That's done. Yes. Yes to the pancake day. Yeah. So yeah, I think this is a pretty useful thing. It's gonna be broken on mobile. I'm not gonna lie. It's not working on mobile, not in the slightest. The top section is good, but then this section just doesn't understand that the header is a header. And if you are on a very much true mobile experience, some of the columns don't really column properly. So I I don't know. I don't get it. I know what happens and I know why it's broken, but yeah. So that's the thing. You switch to Dia. Hmm. 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 I'm gonna be skeptical for a while. But yeah. So that's the biggest news of the day. I'm gonna say that this is the most useful thing that I have released, and for now, and to see how much things could cost you, and most importantly as well, probably potentially, I don't know, it depends. See how much other platforms are actually costing, because that's a bit of an option. If you know roughly what someone is using as a stack, you could potentially just be in there and say, well, they are currently using WorkOS for their entire thing, and then they are using Superbase Pro for their database. They have Vercel Pro for the entire thing, which makes sense. They use something like Unstash for their caching, and then the storage is AWS, because that's usually what happens. And they don't monitor, they do monitor with something like Sentry because it makes sense, and their payment system is still Stripe. And they wanted to have, or they currently have, their max plan is at $30 a month, or maybe $50 a month, or maybe $90 a month as what they are currently paying, and they don't really have a floor. But with that, you know that your floor at 1 million user is 0.7. So, which is kind of wild. This is not necessarily something that will happen, but like, it's still $7 per year. But you know, their minimal price is $30 a month. That's their lowest price, lowest entry price. So you're like, maybe they are making banks all the way through. And they have already like 10,000 active users that are paying on launch. So, you know, that might be a thing. So yeah, overall, it's a really useful calculator. I think I need to tweak some of the math because I'm still a designer. That hasn't changed. So figuring out exactly how the math is working and what I need to integrate and render and so on is important. But yeah. Also, most of them, I think the most important point for me is showcasing the fact that it is an 8 years, you know, uh, 8 years from now, you get something along the line of this. Also, for me, I'm like the monthly growth is like 2%, 3%, nothing. Like it's taking a lot of time in order to achieve something, and then the conversion rate is something like 2 to 4%. So yeah. For this page specifically, right there, yeah, I know. Everything used to be a tad thicker. I feel like 120% is good, or at least a bit better. But then you crop some of that content, and I don't like it. So, but let's you know, let me click on that thing. God damn it! You and your videos every time. Damn, damn. That's neat. That's a lot of the same transition. Um, like you have this one. I feel like I need to open it. I feel like your current place right here, that transition right there, I would rather you load in color directly from here and animate. Because right now what it looks like is it's zoomed in from that size and then it zoomed back in to get the zoom in transition like the Twitter thing. So for me, I would just animate the center one, like the transition between the loading things and starting animating the face would be the doodle in the background will disappear or fade out while this thing is animating, and then it just zoom in. But that double zoom right right here is kind of weird to me. So I think that that position is the same size as here, roughly, kind of. That could work, but yeah. Nonetheless, it's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, this is really cool. Just that. In order to get the transition to be good, basically you need to have exactly the same switch. Stony, why does it not dark mode? Because you are a free user. And for some reason, when you are a free user and you logged in as a free user, your settings in the background are set to light mode forced, and even if you log out, it doesn't revert, and I don't know why. I was supposed to have the landing page take system every time, and that's in the code. But for some reason, if you are free and if you logged in as free and you use the editor once as a free user, it forced light mode and then you can't get out unless you pay. So pay me, I guess. But yeah, that's the, let me zoom out though, because that's not the right size. So that's the first news for the calculator, which I think is a really good idea. And then now we have this new, I mean, we have these new cards that Tekia hasn't seen yet. We have the case study card, which is, or give you the ability to just get in and say, I'm looking to create, I don't know, let's not use that. I'm looking to create an article about something right there. And then you have like a WYSIWYG where you can write your case study. You know, like it's that easy. You can have your images, you can select them from your actual gallery, the thing that you already have. And today's addition was having the header sticky. As you can see, you can kind of see the edge because of things. Um, did I say WYSIWYG? WYSIWYG? I don't know. It's a very French thing. We pronounce stuff. Um, yeah, I always said WYSIWYG. Uh, but you see what you get? Yeah, but you know. It's the same thing for me as when I'm watching one of Theo's video and he talks about Zish and Bash. Bash makes sense, but ZH or ZH for Zish files, it's kind of weird to me. It's just the same thing. So yeah, so you have like your article-like environment where you can basically write thing and it's good. Um, and then for the users, when you are visiting, when you arrive here, you have your case study. When you click on the card, it just opens, and then you can just read the case study. You know, I feel like that's gonna be pretty useful. Yeah, ZSH makes sense to me. Yeah. Uh, I think it's good, yeah. Damn. Is there a second one coming in? No. However, thank you. There is a bit of a limitation. There is something that we don't have access to, and based on the way that I implemented this thing, I am limiting you to 10 case study or 8 case studies maximum. So don't have too many projects, please. The reason for that is the convex document can only be 1 megabyte maximum. And so this probably is going to take a lot of text, which is not supposed to go up to a megabyte per file, but because you are storing like the entirety of the rest, it potentially goes really high. So yeah, that's the reason. But yeah, it has like other format if you wanted to have like something a bit different. We do like them this way. It's pretty neat. It works. It's simple. You know, it does the job. So I think this is pretty good. I think when it comes to again, the designer, like for designer, by designer, this makes a lot of sense. Um, so yeah, yeah, it shut down last Friday. Kinda. I'm not really because I don't have the marketing amount. And as I said, Grid is the exact copy of what Bento was. Like, no shame, they copy pasted the landing page. Um, so, you know, that's the thing. I really don't like the amount of noise that there is in there, but I get it. The other one that people are mentioning as well is Averly, which same thing. Right, we are all having our cards all over the place, and they are all using the exact same thing. I don't know how, I don't know how this transition is something that I haven't seen anywhere else. Ah, mm. Um, so they are showcasing a ton of things, which is really fun because the person that has created Averly has come into the stream when they just started, and they say, "Oh, I saw you are doing the exact same thing, so whatever." And then I gave them some feedbacks, and now everything that I'm seeing on their side of things is the same. Like, this is very much bento interface, you know? So you have your login, log out at the bottom right here, and then they didn't have a theme with corner radius changes, but now they do. So that's a fun thing. They have this, which I do think is a pretty interesting point. I had that idea at some point to get like the editor and having the ability to just add things wherever. The issue that I have with theirs is that it is kind of, you can't place something here, for example. Like, I would need to do that, but then I don't have anything here, and that plus button is supposed to go there because that's the next logical thing. If I add an element right here and I say that this is going to be my YouTube channel, for example, is going to pop right there. So their whole system is kind of weird to me, but I'm fine with it. In the beginning, they didn't have the effect that they have right there in the background, and now they do. So that's also very interesting to me to see how things work. Um, so, you know, not saying that there is anyone is copying anyone. I don't really care. We are all doing the exact same thing. We just want to have something that works when it comes to our platforms. Um, but yeah, so that's the other one. There is like so many others that I'm seeing that exist for link in bio and so on. So that's a fun stuff. This one, the share my Averly, is kind of weird. And this one, which is again the exact same thing as Bento, they now have a theme as well, weirdly. And they let you change the theme, they let you change the font, which I think is a very good idea. I was thinking about it specifically for that section. If you wanted something that was a bit more, um, you know, interesting, maybe the Playfair, if we do have it right here, might be a bit more thing. Um, but other than that, yeah, they now have a corner radius slider as well. Oh my god, it's really fun to me. That I'm not saying that I'm the first one to do it because obviously we probably have had the same idea at the same time. But the fact that I'm finding these things afterwards and in my Twitter feed, I'm the only one talking about it. Like, I don't see these platforms shared and reshared and so on. So, yeah. I don't know if I like them. I think they look kind of cheap. I think it's fun because it's colorful, but when you zoom in on them, mm, mm, I don't know. I don't know. I think it is. I think it is. Um, but they have good things though. They have good IDs for the theming, which I think is a bit too much for what it is. But they do have pretty good systems overall. So Grid is interesting. Avely is interesting. But yeah, the people on my TikTok videos that are like the only TikTok video that I have that is blowing up, um, a lot of people have come to my comments and say, well, Avely did it before you. And I was like, well, Avely came to my stream for help about their product. So no, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. But yeah, that's the fun stuff. I know that when we went to Ash's stream, they decided to play with this, um, right? Like they play with it for a long time, and now we have this free edition, so that's cool. But yeah, it is. I like it. I like it. You know, probably you get like something, uh, a set of icon, a set of images for free, and that's good. Nonetheless, going back to what I was saying, I'm not saying that you shouldn't use these platforms, Grid and Avely and the others that exist of a ban. I think you should use whatever the fuck you want. That's the truth. What was I saying? That's that's a wild 30 minutes exactly drop, like always. Um, Overall, as I was saying, because these other platforms, Grid and Avely, are currently set to be fully free. I mean, um, there isn't a pricing section in here that they are showcasing. So, you know, like it seems it's going to remain free. And the only reason, and I know this is wild, but the only reason Bento survived for 5 years before getting acquired was because they raised 7 million in the beginning of their existence. Um, so there's that. So I think the overall thing with all of these platforms that are not like with the business in mind and are 100% free, they are probably going to die at some point, the same way that Bento did. And the plan for me is to not have that happen. So I need some funding. I need some funding. A lot of people on TikTok are asking if this could be um, open sourced, and I think yes, but I also think maybe not. Like a lot of the questions about that is, would the open source fuck me? That's the video in question that is making getting some views. Goddamn! When you see that my other things are getting like 500 views, 400 views, 100 views, and this one is at 82,000. Goddamn! Goddamn! That's a lot. So yeah, a lot of people are asking for the open source version of the software, and I'm like, well, that's an option, but it's kind of complicated for regular people uh, to figure out what open source is. And a lot of people are like, convenience uh, of a free in a lot of places, and therefore providing the system automatically is a bit of a better thing. So we'll see. But you know, for now, this is crazy though. That that's crazy. That's also crazy, by the way. That. Makes no sense. But we'll see. We'll see when that happens. Uh, so yeah, sustainability is important. That is the goal. God damn. That is the goal. I feel like I missed one of Stoney's message from earlier, um, which says that I suck. Yes, no, not this one. Um, that's crazy. That's impressive. I I mean, yes. Um, eh, I hate selling myself, and I hate going in front of a cohort of people that would be like VCs and so on, and pitch them and tell them exactly how much they could invest in my business and then get something in return, whatever. But um, if your competitor has raised 17 mil, eh, maybe you could do the same because you have the user base, you have the better design, you have probably I don't know who's the competitor is. I'm just here glazing. Don't worry about it. Um, I think it would be feasible if you don't care. Um, but yeah, that's crazy though. Also, who's the competitor? I want to see their website. Let me trash their website for 1 second. Just to see where we are. Also, Yan, I saw your live stream on my feed today. Like you were front and center right there. So really nice. I mean, your videos are getting a ton of views, and I'm really impressed. Also jealous, obviously. Um, but yeah, the the HIPAA video is really good. I like it. Like it. Like it. Um, who the fuck are you? Sorry. Is that their link? No. Is it? That the thing? Yeah, you have the better design. There is no question. Um, if that's the yeah. God damn. Holy shit. Uh, mm-hmm. Maybe I'm gonna retract. No, I'm not gonna retract what I said. You have the better design. No questions. No questions. Yeah. Um, I mean, that's what breaks my mind, right? Um, if these, if that's the one that has raised 17 mil, you can raise 17 mil as well. Uh, like that. So Crunchbase doesn't give me anything. This is not something that I can read, as in, it doesn't mean shit for me. Like it has, uh, I mean, based on that trend, it looks like really bad. So I get it, but yeah, this entire thing doesn't really give me any information. Um, but yeah, yeah. Only if I'm logged in on this thing, I have an account somewhere. But going down and going down and going down. So, eh, eh, we good. Are you on there? Is you somewhere in there? All right. I mean, I do think you have a big chance already, but eh, one day, that will make sense to me. This is not a page that makes any sense to me. Um, anyways, okay. Damn. Mm, mm. A lot of um, ETH-related stuff, which is interesting. Did you do that? Did you? Did you? God damn. If that's not a 2026 design, I don't know what is. It's crazy. It's yeah. To me, it it has the wow, that's cool, has faded 8 months ago, 10 months ago ish. Uh, because it's like, okay, cool. We had the novelty of like shaders, and most importantly, the dithering effect for images and for old paintings, old graphical engravings, and so on. And then every designer and their mom was like, "Oh yeah, 100%. That's exactly what we need to do." And that's more cool. I'm not gonna lie. The fact that these ones are animated, or at least there is like some sort of an animation going on, uh, is way more interesting than just having the thing move around. But you know, um, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. And then you have Dither Boy. I don't know if it's Dither Boy with an E. Nope, it is with a Y. Dither Boy is a very cool app as well to get your dithering effect directly inside of the whatever you are trying to create, to be honest. And it's a fucking one-time payment. Buy it. No choice. No choice. Just buy the thing. Just buy the thing. It's cool. Ah, that's broken. Mm-hmm. It's loaded right there, but not right here. Anyways. Um, So yeah, for me specifically, I do agree that it looks cool, it looks interesting, and it's neat to have. But I also see how basically every designer and their mom have been implementing this exact same thing, and so that makes no sense. Have a good luck. Thanks a lot for the luck. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Um, so yeah, yeah, if that helps. Um, yeah, for you it's new, and therefore it makes sense that it's nice. I don't know if I could uh very much point it out if I go into like just lampad there is dithering right here in the background. I know we have some of it in Framer at some position, but it's not like in the header. Um, we do have, let's see, new effect here, which is kind of new, a lot more interesting. Takes photo as well. This is a pixel art-ish illustration. This one is more of a 3D environment, but it's also pretty similar, kind of. Um, that's some of it, of that new trend of using like engravings and all old paintings and all other things to, implement here and there. This is a fun one, mainly because of the shapes and it stands out, but like that's about it. We don't see that often, and therefore it is way more interesting than just engravings here and there. Um, so we do like this one. And again, most of them, like same thing here, which I guess this one is more, if it hasn't changed, it's more like a shader situation where, yeah, doesn't really exist. This is Lapa. Ah. The only reason why I like and know this website is because it's a .ninja TLD, and because in the beginning when I was looking at inspiration, I saw .ninja and I was like, wow, so nice. That's so new. I have never seen that in my life. And then I realized what it was, and now we're good. But yeah, Lapa is good. It's the same thing as what's the there is another green one which I use as a reference from time to time that is pretty useful. Um, but yeah, same shit here. Godly was nice when they created UI kits, but then they stopped. Have a good coffee. See, there, same thing. Same thing right here. Simple. And then at the footer, if we just go down, we had like a bit of a different effect on this one in the past, but yeah. Anyways, that's interesting. I think this is a pretty cool concept, but then again, that's a better thing for me to showcase the dithering and ASCII elements. Most of the platforms that are going to be here are going to be there. I think the this only works if it's cycled through and I realize that it's cycled through. Otherwise, I don't know where I am, and if I'm looking for an inspiration again, I can't find it again. And I would say that's the worst type of inspiration, because right now I haven't seen the same website twice. And therefore, if I had scrolled horizontally and I'm like, okay, cool, so that's right here. I'm looking for this thing, right? That's the one. And I know it is on Godly, what the fuck is it? Uh, like, how do I get back to this thing that I was on? Like, was it on this side? Was it on that side? Was it lower, higher? Where's the thing? So, uh, F does search, which is weird. But yeah, it's kind of. See, this one is there as well. We have them in duplicated, so there is like a copy or duplicate or a cycling through that ensure that you will see the same thing. But then it's kind of wild. Yeah. But also, Daryl is the only person on Twitter that has decided to uh, block me because I didn't want to respond to one of his tweet. So, you know, like, all right. I don't think we can find the tweet in questions. But yeah, I don't have. Basically, he said something along the line of, what do you despise most about design? And I think I said design influences. And then he asked who, and I said no one in particular, just design influences. And he was like, "You're a coward for not giving a name," and then blocked me. I was like, "All right, cool." No, nothing happened. It's just I just don't like design influences, and that's it. But yeah, now I'm blocked. Did it just get live? Because I think, oh yeah, no, that's not the one that I have in mind. Yes, this got live last week, and a lot of people have been pretty happy with it, which is really good. Um, and again, I don't believe there is a lot of things in there for me, but if you like it, I know that you are looking for knowledge all the time, so you know, maybe you will find something in there at some point one day after $2,000 spent for no reason. No, I'm looking for this, which we talked, and we need to talk about this one as well. I'm looking for this. I don't know when that's gonna drop. Charles is basically showcasing something that is potentially a replacement for Dribble. So we'll see. I don't know if it's gonna be good. I don't know if I don't know what it will be. But basically, the latest tweet that he had about it was, or the tweet right before that, was probably ready to test a, a new invite-only community on something, which I think is interesting, which is the same model that Dribble used to be. So we'll see if that is something. But for now, we don't know. For now, we have no information. The only information that I have is that that happened. So, you know, if that happens, probably gonna get an invite at some point. I don't know. But yeah. I think layers is an interesting thing. We talked about it before. I know that that is in here from time to time in the morning is, or used to be very much in layers. And it was interesting, but there was no one there. And that's the issue, or at least for me, that's the biggest issue. Where and going, I'm referencing Ashes today a ton because I know that they are live as well. But um, they are building something which is a 24/7 live-ish channel of videos and music and things, and therefore they need content in order to basically have people come in and create content for the platform. So they needed to create the base content that incentivize other people to post, similar to UI.live, which I think for me is really useful, but also I haven't heard any marketing news, anythings about it. Like, again, if you are interested in this, I will highly recommend you to take a look, because UI.live is a place for you to just look for something and then just copy paste it. So let's say that I like this, I feel like this is pretty good, and I like how it looks. I can just copy to Figma and then go inside of Figma right here, not in dev mode, and just say, so right from right there, that's the thing that I needed. And now I can copy paste and I have the thing. And so, like that's the good part of UI.live, but that's the only thing that is good about UI.live. The content in there isn't necessarily as good as it seems to be, and therefore you end up with some potentials. But so far, like that's where we are. That's what we like about it. Apparently, the card in question has disappeared. Interesting. Uh, but yeah, like a platform like this one was kind of similar in a way, where you wanted to get people in and drop their design, their creations, their things as copy pastable. And the thing that I have seen is that a lot of people have had in the beginning, the creation of like UI kit shit like this, for example, where instead of having this as the thing that you're copy pasting, you would be copy pasting 15 pages. And most of them are going to be in the free tier, in the paid tier, sorry. So that's the thing that is pretty interesting. But yeah, so layers was interesting as well in the beginning, but there was no content. There hasn't been real content in there. So yeah, this is cute as fuck. We like the playdate. We like the playdate. That's interesting. So it's like live channels with predefined content by playdate, I guess. Yeah, that's interesting. That's a cool concept. I mean, I like that background, that font in the background plus the effects. That is neat. That is a neat thing. But yeah, nonetheless, that doesn't change the fact that the reason why these platforms blew up in the first place, as in Dribble blew up because it was the only place like that. Behance as well. And then when other platforms tried to replicate what Behance and Dribble had done, they failed because they didn't have the content that was already on Dribble and Behance. And basically, right now, like the thing that I haven't done and I should have done, but it doesn't really matter. Too late. I should have like went out of my way to, legally speaking, not really, scrape the entirety of Bento URLs and just say, your profile is safe with us. We have it already. And so you can just claim your URL and you log into your account and it already contains like the entirety of your profile. Just something that I did once, um, for this one. Um, like, Seke, because friend, that helps. And his bento overall is pretty good. I just decided, you know what, I need to check if my importer works and if the whole system is pretty good. So I just used the importer all the times to make sure that it was working, and then I had his whole bento on my side, and I was done with it. But I did that for one person. I should have done that for everyone, and then hold the profiles as temporary slugs. So, for example, Roji, which I don't think I have, I could have extracted the entire thing and then save it somewhere, and then potentially just say, well, if you decide to create an account, we already have your stuff, which is basically what MySpace did. Um, you know, so I should have, I didn't, because I'm not respectful enough. I like to do the things by the rules, and I missed the opportunity. But scraping would have been a good idea. I think I could still probably Internet Archive something to export some of the content, even though it would be extremely sluggish. It would be an option, but very sluggish, so I don't really like that. Nonetheless, the reason why here it doesn't work, or specifically now why it doesn't work for me, is um, the display and the sharing doesn't exist. I haven't seen anyone share a layers link. I still see dribble links. I still see Behance link. What I see the most is Pinterest link, because, as I mentioned many times, Pinterest is a place where people are putting pictures. And it's not like designers are putting pictures. It's just people that are interested in something are putting pictures. So if you have like your own stuff and you're like, well, I like this, and um, I want this to be showcased and shared and so on. So I'm gonna put it there, and then hope for the best. But then other people have used this specific image and have um, shared it as well with other like titles, other things, other links, and so on. But my work is there, and the work that I have is going to be extremely well categorized because it's just on Pinterest. Anyways, it's just a link and it works. So, um, it had, yes, the had is the right truth. Right now, it's just shit. I don't get it. Specifically here, this is not for me. 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 This is for me, but it's an ad. This is for me, but it's not necessarily something that whatever. This is an ad because I looked for clocks when I was looking for clocks for ban. Same thing here. That's one website, so that's cool. The rest is just like absolutely outside of my algorithm. Like that should never be on any of my feeds. And the issue that I have is that if I say see viewers on all of the things that are like unrelated, as in this is branding, so that makes sense, it doesn't do shit. And it's wild. It's wild. Mm-hmm. Welcome back. Um, that's neat. That is neat to have. I see some of these, and I do see the inspirations. I know where things are coming from. I recognize some of your designs that we've seen and where it's coming from now. Yeah, I see that now. What is the next goal? That's a good question. We are moving to a new project that is an old project that you've seen in the chat for the the longest time, but you have never really seen what it is. Because I kind of stopped working on it in 2024. And then I said that I would still work on it, and then I kind of didn't. So things have been kind of rough for this project right here, which is right there. And right now, so this is the Mom UI kit, which we talked about before. Currently, the website looks like this. It's cool, it works, it has all of the thing that you want, but it is still just a Figma UI kit. And so the goal is to provide a lot more, and it has always been the goal to provide a lot more. But now that we have the ability, at least for me, to move on from um, just using Framer and do something that is a bit more interesting, I'm working on making sure that you have, or you would have, an icon search to navigate and play with it and you know, have the entirety of what you're looking for. Potentially, if you are someone that is like a dev and you want this thing, you want this icon specifically, you can just click on it and copy the name of the icon so that you can paste it directly inside of your project. If you needed to export the icons for the ordering right here, for example, you can just do that and then export them as SVG or PNGs or Sprite like Stony has asked for. So that's something that is in the work. Right now, you can only do that for the line icons because the Duo, Sharp, and Solids are officially for the paid tier. So that's going to come later. And then you can just, you know, play with things and look for your icons and search for something. And that's in the kind of work-ish, kind of. Also, that transition was kind of weird, but it makes sense. So that's the icon section. Then there is the system section, which is the entirety of the foundation of the design system to have your colors, your typography, your spacing, your effect, and your radiuses and focus ring and so on. And lastly, the thing that I've been working on for the past 2 days is the components, so that you have the ability to just get, oh, I'm looking for getting one of the buttons from that in my code base, and you'd be able to get that. So yeah, the pricing is currently $80, and if you buy it now, you're gonna get the update when the update drops. So you know, that's a good thing. Same thing. I don't want to, like, as I mentioned, this project, the Mom UI kit, has been somehow interesting in terms of pricing. The way that we did it was we started at $2 on the first week, and then in the next week it was 4, and then 8, and then 16, and then 32, and so on until we reached 100. The $100 was our ceiling, and then when we had the next update, it just dropped down to 80 for everyone. So there was like a bit of an incentive of buying in early. A lot of people bought in early, and then it just you just get the update. So if you bought it at $2, well, you get everything for $2. So yeah, and now it's going to be the same thing. So it's currently at 80. It's going to go back up when the coding system is going to drop. I'm guessing based on the others, because that's the situation. Um, the other platforms that are doing UI plus code at the same time, we do have some of the pricings here as references. I don't think I would be going to like $300, but I might go at like 150 to 200 roughly. So we'll see. If you buy it now, it's just $80. And again, if you get the affiliate link and you affiliate someone in, you get a massive discount because you get 50% back on everything. So, though you need to pay your taxes on these. So affiliate marketing is also like not tax exempt. So that's the thing. Prices wise, I don't know exactly when it's going to drop, but yeah. So far, for now, for today, we have so that's broken. We have the buttons that are currently truly done. I think I've done all of them with the correct design transitions, the correct changes that we wanted to have, and all of the variations in both modes. So that's pretty useful. We have currently working on the inputs to have like all of the states and all of the presentation. And when you have like tooltips, that's the last thing that I implemented. It has too much variations, too much props. That's bad. That's bad, but it works. So that's something that I'm currently working on. This anatomy section is just not feasible, and I need to reorganize it. But we have the entire thing, so I do like it. And same thing, the end point is going to be either a set of CSS presets that are applied on top of existing web components, as in native browser-based input field, and then there's just like a CSS code on top of it, which makes a lot of sense, or a Tailwind code on top of it, or something that is a bit more interactive, like Vue, React, and so on. That's going to take a lot more time for me to figure out exactly how I can switch the code base and the types here, but that's the plan. That is the plan. So that's the current goal. To answer your question. But yeah, that's the thing. It's the initial plan. Basically, it's been this since Stoney asked if he could create an NPM package with the iCode. I mean, it was the idea in the first place, but I didn't have the knowledge that I have now. So it's been a while. It's been a while, and it's been stagnant for a while. So we have the buttons, we have the inputs, which is 90% of the way there. The text area is basically the same thing, so it's just going to be a transposition, which is good. Select is also the same thing. I just implemented my toggles, which is the addition of the checkbox, radio, and switch. I need to figure out how I can avoid these flashes when I'm switching between pages. And then everything else is the default system that I built like really quickly to have like my pages. So that's gonna take a while to figure out and have, but yeah. Though, going back to the discussion we had on Wednesday of someone asking, did I use the Figma MCP? And I said yes in the beginning and then never again, in order to not talk out of my ass like I sometimes do when I don't know exactly what I'm talking about. I spent the day in testing the Figma MCP directly inside of Cursor, and I can report on what I was saying was true. It is kind of shit. It's slower than if you just pasted the values directly inside of your chats, I'm guessing it probably has some advantages here and there, but for component-based things, it's just a waste of time. Um, but I mean, I can see why some people might be interested with that. So to be checked. It's working though. I would say that's the important part. It's just you have the ability to just take something and say, this is what we want to have. This is how it's supposed to look. So let's figure it out. But yeah, MCP is not necessarily something that I like because it doesn't add much. And and it costs a lot. Like based on what we have, like right here, um, if I wanted to connect this to the MCP, this would be like 17,000 token, roughly as an estimate, as they mentioned. And maybe, but then when you think of it properly, your the way that you're supposed to build this thing is okay. So we need to build a select, but in order to build a select, we need to build the menu option first. But in order to build the menu option first, we need to build the avatars first, and the badges for using inside of this. And then now that we have the checkboxes, that we good. But therefore, I need to go back up in my organization to make sure that like my avatars are done first, followed by my checkboxes and badges, to then potentially go into the inputs or the select and so on. So it's a bit of a pain. It's a bit of a pain. But, if I just do that and I say, well, we have these as the regular badges, and then we have left, right for all of that, no other real thing. I'm going to just use these as references as well because, why not? On Harbor. Do we have anything else? These are the selects tags. That's not going to be the same. So I'm going to just use that. And let's say that right now we wanted to create the badges. Just going to copy paste that initial thing. It's just let's implement the badges properly on the Figma MCP. And then you just do that, you press enter, and it's going to take so long. That's my issue with it most of the time. It's just this. Basically, what it does is it goes to one of the selected thing, so it get the design context, and then it's gonna do that again for 3 other things, and then it sometimes takes screenshots of the thing in question to see, like right here, get screenshots to see how it looks for some reason, and then it gets the context again. And it's going to do that for most of the thing that I have selected. So I have like 16 elements that have been selected to get like the entirety of how things are supposed to look. And so all of that is just going through, and it's just a pain in the ass. It takes so long. So yeah. Jesus, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? When you say codex, do you mean codex? Or do you mean CLI codex? Good namings, as always. As always. I love this, by the way. They've done a really good job and no one sees this. This transition, no one sees it. I'm so sad about it. Oh, you mean codex directly as the model? This one, I haven't tried it yet. I haven't tried it yet, and from my regular thing, Opus is less good than Sonnet, which is wild. Like Sonnet is a bit better, specifically the 4.6, than Opus when it comes to faster task and better design. So, yeah. Also, yes, Claude might be a bit slow. Claude might be a bit slow. I like Auto as well. I liked Auto when I was forced to free tier or forced to slow mode. And now that I have fast modes for free, I'm not gonna complain. You know, it's gonna be fine. Which, by the way, reminded me of something. Next week, Wednesday, there will be no stream. I know, sorry. There will be a shorter stream, or I don't know exactly. I'm unsure right now, because there is a cursor event that is happening close by, and I've been invited as every time there is a cursor event. So I'm gonna pop back there, say hi. As always, this is like a networking thing where I can potentially get a job. I doubt it. But we'll see. So yeah, the goal for today, please, for the question is we are still working on the components and the implementation of these things, and I still need to make sure that I have proper designs for everything that we have. So yeah, I do like these though. I like the initial one, solid, subtle, and outline, all a pretty good idea, which I might implement at some point. But yeah, like you see how slow this thing is. It's been taking screenshots of the same thing 16 times to. You're telling me it's time for me to show you pictures of my cakes? I get it. I get it. I mean, I can. Some fries and steaks and and other things. It is time. I know. I know. I'm testing your faith. That's what happened. Some of the some of the people that were changing my windows, like renovating the windows that I have, were doing fasting as well, and they did the full thing, which I'm really impressed. But they did no food, no water during the day, which is crazy. I mean, to me, this is crazy. But yeah. See how slow this bitch is? Sorry, I'm gonna. So that's one of the reason why um, I don't think MCP is a good idea. It's just slower. Like I would have been way faster in just getting there and potentially just extract that as a screenshot and say, here is the construct, here is how it's supposed to be built. You have all of the informations. It takes a ton of different colors. But yeah, like that's basically where we are and what we want to achieve. It's supposed to be very simple, very easy. Just figure it out. But goddamn, that's so slow. So slow. I can try it out with Codex. I might try like another component with Codex to see if it works better. But I don't know. It's just so slow. It's reading so much though. That's the thing. And then when you look at that section, like I'm pulling 3 million tokens per request, basically. for one set of components, and that is crazy when it comes to like the simplicity of the component in questions. Like there is no need for a million token for all of this. This is simple design. This should take 3 seconds to create, but no. So yeah. No, I'm on an old plan, so I'm basically free. I'm costing money to Cursor, like I'm draining them. Yeah. Basically, I think I explained that before, but like, you were not here yet. I got inside of Cursor when it was 500 fast requests for $20 a month. And I figured that you could get 1,000 if you just paid twice. So I basically paid $40 a month for 1,000 fast requests for, I think, 2.5 months, 3 months. And then they implemented business, and they kind of pushed me with something on, oh, you should try business, it's a bit better and so on. You have like a bit more freedom and such, and it's like $37 per user. And I was like, cool. $37 for 1,000 fans requests. I'm fine with that. So I did it, but it wasn't 1,000, it was 500. So basically they just had the thing that we used to have for $20 a month at 37, and so they kind of fucked me up. And so I moved to business because I couldn't revert, because the previous fast request mode didn't exist anymore. And so at one point they implemented Pro, and because I was on business, I couldn't get Pro, but I tried. And so their sales rep contacted me and said, oh, you're trying to get Pro. And I said, yes, I was trying to get Pro, but then I can't because I'm currently on business. And they didn't reply to that message. And since then, I bought business on a yearly plan, and everything is free. Like, all of my requests are basically free. Like, if I go back to my free tier, like when I was done with the amount of fast requests that I have per month officially, everything is just in the free tier, but I'm still getting the top level models for free. So I don't know. But it's going fast. Like, this is 1 day of use. So officially, all of these things are included, but then once I'm done with these, I'm going back to free, but I'm still getting 2 billion tokens outputs, 5 million tokens outputs, and it's still in the free tier. So I'm like, okay, cool. But if you are from Cursor, I'm still paying everything. My bank account is draining. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm paying 300 something per year, which is crazy. Yeah. For everything that I'm getting out of it, it's crazy. And then I'm hoping, but I'm also realistic in what will probably happen. The probability of me getting booted out of the current plan that I'm in my renewal, which is in 2 months, and then having to go into a usage-based pricing is highly probable, unless I can renew my subscription before the end of my subscription, which is not currently the case, but I'm guessing maybe there is something in like the last months or whatever. I don't know. I will see. But if I can do that, I'm gonna retain my current plan. and pay yearly and be pretty good with it. But yeah, so far, I don't know what I'm on, but I'm on something. Yeah, that's what I thought. You know what? I have a feeling that um, this is gonna be the expected thing. God damn it. Ah. Mm. The current plans, to be honest, the current apps that are good and that are giving you a ton of things are OpenAI Codex. The IDE is pretty nice for the interface and the way that it builds and the way that you can have builds in parallels and so on. The secondary best, I would say, is going to be OpenCode because, as I mentioned in the past, OpenCode is basically the same, but you get the benefits of saying these models are free. So if you just want to use any of these models and run that for free forever, you can. I'm kind of sad because there used to be um, how's it called? There used to be uh, Kimi K2 or Kimi K 2.5, which is what I use for this, and which is a bit better. But yeah, so OpenCode is free and the models are free, which we like that. The other one that I like a lot is Tray, which I haven't downloaded here. That was wild. um, mm-hmm. Tray is the one that is from ByteDance, which also has that pixelated shader things in the background, which we like from earlier. And basically, their pricing is changing soon, by the way. They are going into a usage base as well. So if you are still wanting to do the exact same thing that I did with Cursor, I think now is your time. And it's just $7 a month for 600 fast requests. And then you have like slower requests with all the premium models. The interface is much better than Cursor, at least from my designer point of view. And well, it's way cheaper. So that's the thing. And based on the fact that they are changing this to their new system, which I forgot exactly where it is and how it works, but there is a different pricing that is coming in. So that's to me that's a very good deal. I think it changes like at the end of the month or something. So 1 week left. But you know, it's pretty good. I like that. The other ones, Windsurf and all the others are debatable, but they are working. Oh, sorry, I forgot that. I forgot that. Um. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Other than that, Cursor is good. Um. I wish they didn't change so much things from update to update. I think that's my main issues with them. Is like they do something, they implement something that you want to test out and see if it works for you or not, and then the next week there is a new update, or the next day there is a new update, and the thing that you were testing disappeared, and then it comes back 2 weeks later and it goes away again, and that makes no sense to me. Like, I think I talked about that 2 months ago now. The chat used to have something that is the context window approximation system, where it was giving you roughly how much of the current window you are on and how much you've used. So if your context window is like 200,000 tokens, it had like a bit of a percentage that just said, well, you are currently at like 50%, and so on. So that was really useful. And then it went away and then came back and then it went away. And then it depends on the model that you're using. And then it doesn't. It's it makes no sense. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing things and it's really bad. Other than that, it's good. We like them. I would say uh, the grandfather paradox, not paradox things, but like the fact that they do have the foot in the door for most people because they were somehow the first to create these AI ID is a big advantage because I will probably remain here even if VS Code is getting the exact same interface and that everything is working perfectly. Um, like, you know, it's it's just like the tool that I know, so therefore I'm gonna remain there. That is the usual thing. Anyways, um, so let's take that as a reference, and then uh, right on the base, we also need all the other colors, and I feel like we could use that design and re-implement, I guess, the legacy one, the legacy, yeah, legacy one, um, that were solid and used current for ghost. Um, um, most importantly, we need as a system so that the users can pick whatever color they want. So the same thing, I'm gonna thanks myself, but also Stony at the same time. Um, everything that I'm doing right now is basically the type of discussion that we used to have in the beginning of me working with Stony for No Mercy in implementing the design properly on his side of things. And so right now I'm just redoing that same thing within Cursor, so that it works. But yeah, so the example that we have right here is that these badges, for the sake of me going fast in terms of design, we have created a set of predefined colors that we can just simply use and be done with it. But in reality, this system is supposed to be a system. Like we need to define the badge as a system that says, well, our background is going to use our transparent version of the color, and our label and content is going to use the solid version of the color in the lightest version possible in dark mode and in the darkest version possible in light mode. So we have something that is coherent, meaning that right here I have my color that is green on top of green, blue on top of blue, and so on. All of that is part of the system. And so right now I'm just making sure that we export the rest of the colors and that this system is working. Like it seems to be pretty good so far. But all of these things is discussion that I remember having with Stony specifically. And because I had them in the past, it's a bit faster for me and a bit easier for me to just go through things in here and say, well, this is the changes that we need. Like, for example, when I did the button implementation, I did the change that I talked about on Wednesday, where the shadow at the top and the shadow at the bottom are 1 pixel, but inside of Figma they are 2 pixel, or 2 points based on how you want to read it, because inside of Figma we have the border that is going inside of the element, and in code, because the border doesn't go inside the rent that we had on Wednesday, now I had to say that this is not a shadow -2 and 2, it's a shadow -1 and 1. But these specific things are the exact stuff that I remember talking about with Tony directly. Um, and yeah, it's interesting. It's nice to know. It also makes me faster and also better at what I'm doing, because I know exactly what needs to happen and why, and how a dev, cursor in that case, would figure it out. And you still don't do it right, yes, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. Jeroen, welcome on in. How's the day going? How's the drop going? I guess it's time. It's time for everyone to drop. That was a middle of the screen situation. God dang. Am I just... Yeah, that at 69. Neat. Yep, I rigged it. Did you have to do some marketing for yourself today for the project? Also, I saw your post on LinkedIn, or your quoted post on LinkedIn of building things that makes your life easier, which I agree with. I feel like I said that last week. Also, that makes no sense. Writing the config code, writing the color variants, that is in the thinking section. So basically, what I understood is that in the new version of Claude, they are doing the thinking, and they are abstracting the code and the writing the thing in the thinking, and then it's going to do it again in the not thinking part. So that's a wild thing for me. I don't understand why it's doing the work 3 times. I mean, I'm guessing it is for safety and reasoning reasons. But yeah. I don't know if that message needed to be read as a positive or negative. I mean, you said you had a good chat with the manager that decided to cancel your assignment contract, but you started as a good chat, but then cancel your assignment contract, which is wild. um, but yeah, that's good. If you have a plan for remaining on inside of the company, and you have allies within the company and within the teams, that's always going to be a really good thing. So congrats on that, as always. But yeah, see, I see how much stuff has been written and what is currently happening in there, and I'm like, that is not what we want to have. Like the logic, the system and the logic is not how it's supposed to be. So we'll see. One of the other thing that I didn't really mention, but I kind of mentioned briefly last Monday, I think, but also often, the design style that we have here, the thing that we have created when the Mom UI kit was created in the first place, is old and doesn't really match with my current style. So if I wanted to fully re-update this entire thing, there is a ton of slight detail that I might change and add. Like, I'm going to do something that is not exactly true, and I would probably not do that. But for the sake of the presentation, potentially, uh, I don't think that will happen. Like, let's say I figured that now my new style isn't using uh, a 1 point border, but it's using a 0.5 border, which is a bit thinner. And when you're looking at it in a pixelated view, it's just slimmer and a bit more, a bit better overall. So that's something that could happen. Will not happen because that's not true, but that's one of the potentials. The alignment here, for example, is also something that I don't like. It's not perfectly centered because the font Inter has changed since the first version, and Inter v4 is not exactly where it's supposed to be. So, all of that is slight adjustment that might mean that in the future I will have to do something either in code or in Figma directly to get the output probably aligned better. So yeah. Um, yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. I just don't know exactly how I can generate a UI library for devs and how I can make sure that the output is uh, good in all code base languages, frameworks, and so on. So we'll see for now. The plan is going to start with Tailwind CSS as a base and then React as an additional thing because it seems to be the best thing. And then Vue and Svelte and so on will follow through, which I think are going to be very, very similar, and that's why it's fine. But we'll see. Each column with a fire, which is fine. I doubt, but we'll see.
Svekos is now following.
That's good. Yeah, we don't need the fucking Figma thing next to it. That doesn't exist. Anyways, Speckles, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome on in. I feel like that's fine. I don't. What? Sorry. That's a lot. That's a lot of them. That is a lot of them. The badge group is something that I wish I could have here for the variants or the sizes, and so it makes more sense. But yeah. What do you mean, nice kitchen sink? Also, that's good. Great. Perfect. Perfect visibility. We'll figure that out. Also, this is wrong. And that's wrong as well. But it works. Huh. All right, so here we need to have that. So, the system is wrong, but fine, but wrong. My live channel list, I see. integration developer architect, which is interesting. And I'm not a front-end guy either. I'm a designer, which basically makes me a front-end guy. But thanks a lot for chatting. I appreciate it. If you have design question, because that's what the stream is about most of the time, and then obviously I'm building a UI kit in code right now using Cursor, feel free to ask. If you want me to take a look at something that you haven't done a great job in design and you want some advice in making things a bit better, feel free to do so. Officially, it is Friday, which is a review day, so we can talk about all of that. All right, so we need the system to be explained in our regular system. I think I've done these metrics and these values inside of our chats with Stonies in the first place. So it's going to be pretty simple and pretty easy to do so. I'm going to simply get my accent, or not even. I'm going to use teal for this, and this is 10%, which is probably my 6. Let's see. So if I get teal dash alpha, I said teal alpha, I guess 6. Nope, 5. 4? 5? That seems really... Yeah, no, 4. That's crazy. Yeah, 4. And then these are supposed to use not that, but our teal 12, right? Cool. That's good. Then when we are going to be in solid mode, we want our teal to not be the alpha value, but to be probably 8 or 7 in dark mode, still with the 12 on top. And in light mode, it might be kind of the opposite, but it's fine. And the outline is going to be really pretty good. So, my variables that I don't know about are dash dash violet A. So, it's wrong, but in Ghost, we want the background to use the dash A4 variable and content in dash 12 solid in dark mode, and content in dash 11 in light mode, except for yellow and amber that need a weird contrast ratio. I'm just gonna say that for now. And for solid, we need... Did I call that solid? Yeah. Kind of the same as BG. And did I just say 7? I did. At dash 7 and content at dash 12. I don't think using dash is gonna work. I have a feeling that it's gonna read that as minus, but no, we're good. Uh, yeah, color dash 7, that's the system. That's going to be better. Again, going back to what I said to Stony in the past, but also to all of you, the reason why I'm thinking in systems when it comes to building these components is to ensure that my code, but also my Figma file, are as lightweight as they can be. So here, for example, I'm using all of the variations and potential things for the presentation, but in reality, the only thing that I need to do is create one component once, and then I'm done with it because there is no other needs. Because the only thing that I need to do is say, well, I'm here, and if I wanted to change that color for not teal, but for, I don't know, red instead, the only thing that I need to do is this. I have two variables to change and then I'm done. And the component didn't change, but in order to present it and to showcase that there is multiple colors, that's helpful. So understanding the system and making sure the system is properly implemented inside of the code base, inside of the Figma file, and presented to the devs as well in a way that makes sense is so helpful, and it end up basically resulting in a slightly lighter, good job me, a slightly lighter file for the presentation and so on. So I'm guessing in the components and or in the mess in the Stony's file, we probably will have the thing that I'm talking about. Maybe here, kinda. Not exactly the one that I had in mind, but this is very much similar to the things in questions that we had created. Yeah, that's basically the plan. At least from my point of view, the goal is to give you like, this is gonna sound weird, Tailwind like components. So uh, and I have so much to talk about when it comes to this. Basically, there is one of the main branches of design system and UI kits that a lot of designers and devs do not take into consideration. And I have talked about it before. It is something that we've worked on and talked about on with Airbnb in 2014. So it's been a while, but there is an aspect of design systems that is called the relationships. And so if you are building an element like this one, for example, which is a badge that takes a badge inside, then there is a relationship in how it's supposed to behave, where the it's the same element twice, but because we have a badge inside of a badge, the behaviors is going to have the relationship works in a very specific way. But then when it comes to creating UIs, and I'm going to use the Apple design system for that because it's going to make a lot more sense. If I get a very specific type of headers, there is a relationship with the next content. And so in what we built with Airbnb was relationship of build, because we just want to say this page needs a header, a list, and a navigation bar, for example, if I'm just taking this. And because the component header understand the relationship with the component list, it knows that it's not going to be a full size header with a subtitle, because in the system, it's always defined that a header followed by a list doesn't have and cannot have a subtitle. And that's just like based on the UI and the thing that you are building and your project and so on. But therefore, in your entirety of your file, you just need to say, I need a header, a list, and a navigation bar, and that's going to build the correct UI because the relationship in between the elements is understood by the components themselves. So that's the one of the things that is kind of not used by most people. So yeah, we're building components. That's what we're doing right now, and specifically, we're building badges to make sure that the things are working, which is not necessarily the case all the times. But yeah, that is. I mean, I get it. There is a lot of variables to be changed, but that's a slow transition. God dang. My whole computer is lagging at that instant. All that to say, using the components as Lego pieces is a plan. It takes a lot of time though to create the relationships because a lot of time you don't know until you build the layout in questions. So that's a bit of a complex thing to have if you don't have like a predefined app or predefined outputs. There is like some things that will always behave the same, and you know that for a fact. But yeah, um, that's a thing. You do know for your own app, but for me, because I'm building something that needs to have as broad, as wide of a range as possible, um, that's that's a thing. Um, 11 in light? Is that 11? That doesn't look like an 11 to me. I know. Um, okay, so in solid, we need to not do that. Um, ah, almost there. Um, dark mode, ghost. BG is A4. Content is -12. And then light mode ghost is I think BGA4 as well. That makes sense. Hugo, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Content is I landed earlier, so maybe today is a landing day, but we never know. And then dark mode solid is BG-7 content -12. I doubt this will work. And then light mode solid is going to be I would say that's the issue where here I'm not sure what we want to have in that move. It could work. I'm pretty good. I'm not really happy with how Cursor and Figma are communicating together. So that's the sad part, but other than that, it's fine. I think I said in my light mode, not here, in my light mode drops, we should probably use, yeah. It could be the same, but I'm gonna just use 6 for the sake of whatever, and then content. I think that needs to be 1 because it needs to be inverted instead of getting white. We'll see if that works. So the thing that I'm saying here is that I want to make sure that the text inside of my badges when they are solid are remaining light, and therefore also like this doesn't look like my 12, it looks like my 11, which makes no sense. So yeah, and scale the block via the side button. Why not add a round path on the edge? Can be used to scale the blocks. I thought about it, and yes, the answer is yes. It probably will happen at one point. I just don't know how I can make sure that you are following the exact direction without feeling constraining. So if you had the ability to just click and drag on the edge to just make it wider or taller, that's it. It feels kind of wrong because from here you only have an option to go here or here, and that's kind of, weird. Have a good founder meetups. Take care of yourself. And thank you for being here. As always, I appreciate it. We'll see you soon. Enjoy the meetup. So yeah, I would say that's the reason. It would feel kind of weird. It's almost the same as when you look at the drop zone that just kind of move around in a not smooth navigation, because it is like a bit of a weird thing. So the resizing would be kind of, visually you would have probably the background zone that show you exactly what it will look like when you release, and you would need that smoothness for the resizing. But that's a lot of things for nothing. At the end of the day, this is faster and work as well, if not better, than having like a freehand resizing. That's the reason. You fucked the entire thing. Yeah, and that's pure white every time. So solids are fully broken. I'm going to revert down because that was better. Kinda. We will see. I mean, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything is good. I'm still there. It's just the timing. I know. I know. As I said, I see YouTube drops, and then when I see that YouTube's drops, it's just frozen for a second. and then Twitch on the side is frozen, then goes into the blue screen, and then when YouTube is coming back, Twitch is coming back at the same time. So it's just like, eh, apparently. Um, I don't blame the multi-stream. Specifically lately, it's been pretty good. I blame my internet connection, though. That's the thing. I think it's the mix, like, apparently, um, no, that's not true. That's what you want to believe, but that's not true. I basically, since I came back and changed my internet provider, it started to kind of break. And then when I went back to the previous provider, it still broke because my computer is now plugged to the dock that we didn't use before. So the dock is the issue. And I think the main problem is the fact that my dock is plugging the computer wired for the internet, but the Wi-Fi that I need to communicate between the Mac and the PC with the mouse is taking over at times. And sometimes the wired connection is faster, and sometimes the Wi-Fi connection is faster. So I'm basically switching in between the two. And based on the amount of packets that I'm sending, sometimes there are things that needs to change in the internet, and that's probably the reason. It is not the multi-stream. Because it was kind of happening as well when I was in Japan with a different dock. So that seems pretty okay. Kinda. These one looks kind of weird. I'm not really the biggest fan of that, and I'm not the biggest fan of that. But yeah, I think that's the issue. I think that's really bad. I'm gonna keep all that for now, and make sure it works. But the fact that this is basically built in hard coded in is not a good move. Hmm. I guess. Not even rather at this point. Just that might not be really good. I'm looking at these values, and I do think that right now it's going into fetching the design tokens that we had. That is not going to be good. So I don't like it. I don't like it. Going back to what Teki was saying, we will need to try something with Codex to see if it's better, which I'm guessing the tags, because the tags are very much a massive variation of these three options. It could be interesting to get, but we'll see. I feel like that needs to not work at the same time, or at least not be in parallel, because otherwise it's going to be a pain in the ass. But we gonna check. Gonna check it's gonna be full right after when this is done. Um, I I do feel like the solid might be a better option if it was 500s or or nines as a base color and then white on top. If that's an option, like using nines instead, and just white on top might be the best option, except for these two. That might have some issue. I mean, this one and this one, the cyan and the yellow, are gonna have some issues. So I feel like I'm just gonna do that. If we get the background in #9 and the foreground in white. Ah, fuck. This is something that I noticed as well. Before, 2 months ago, I would say last month, Cursor was intelligent enough to know that if the call was not made and I cancelled the send request in time, the request wasn't counting in my account. And then it kind of changed. So now it's counting as well. So I can't just cancel something to reset the chat. I need to ask for a change and then ask for another change, which is in the end the exact same output or number of requests. Yeah, that's what I don't like. That hard-coded section. Yeah, that's better in terms of colors. And then, as I said, the yellow and amber are absolutely not accessible. So we're going to just use that for now and hope for the best. But in order to check, I just want to make sure that my tags are potentials and use that similar to our badge element. We need the tag right there. And so we set codex 5.3. We see if that is better, but I have doubts. Maybe it's faster. We'll see if Teki is right. Oh yeah, I remember that as well. Codex is chatty. Codex is just chatting a lot and explaining a lot of the thing that they are doing when it doesn't make any sense, but it also like build up the amount of tokens that you are using per request, and it's kind of crazy. So yeah, like getting a screenshot for this makes no sense. No sense. It's the same 3 times at different sizes. I'm seeing some of the edges as well that are like, the corner radius are not good. So, we'll see. So far, the requests for Figma MCP have been a bit faster than what we had in the previous run. The main difference is that here, I'm only asking for 3 things. On the previous one, I was showcasing 16. So obviously there is a massive difference in the amount of requests, but it seems to be kind of similar, I would say. I don't know if we have a tag element. I don't think we do already. So that's something that needs like a new page to match the rest of the pages. So there is a lot more work to be done. And yeah, we'll see. So far, it's not much faster. It's kind of similar, I think. I also don't know if it's going to be a dedicated page or just a regular thing. I mean, I'm going to know in a second when I either see a new index.html or not. That's what it is. That's the only thing. It is the only thing. New page. Cool. Good. Good, good, good. It seems a tad faster, which is good. The other thing that I think I mentioned before, but that is something that I don't like in the slightest. When you are using one model for one thing and then you're using another model for the same thing in another portion, the probability of that model using different type of viable names, like for now I'm seeing that I've built something that's called CI mini tag instead of mom mini tag, probably based on what we have on the other ones, is kind of annoying, and that might be a not so good thing. Again, interesting. Cool. So you need to use the checkbox component. I'm going to use slashes or commas on this one. Checkbox, avatar, yes, and placeholder icon within the tag. And on that note, I'm going to pee and refill the water bottle at the same time. What do we have? What do we have? Did it work? It didn't. um, so either checkbox has an issue in how it looks, which is not the case. Yeah. That's bad. That doesn't look anything like what it's supposed to do. What it's supposed to be looking like right here. That's bad. That is bad. The icon is good. The avatar, kind of, but it's not exactly the one that we have. But we didn't go through the creation of the avatar, so for now. No. See, so far, GPT-5, yeah, 5.3 codex is not as good as regular Sonnet. That's the thing that is kind of wild to me. That's better. That's okay. That's not good, though. That hover effect, ugh. I think it's because the X to close is not using our official badge element. We are supposed to use the X close button that is right there, which is not supposed to have like a solid background, supposed to use something else. But going back to what I said earlier with the MCP being kind of shit, here, if I know exactly that this is the thing that I need to have, the outputted code by Figma directly with the Tailwind plugins is better than what Figma is giving the MCP to cursor. So that alone is just a bit of a better thing to do. I'm gonna use that and keep that for now because it feels like a probably okay option. We have the label. Maybe we don't have a count. Maybe we don't have a close. That's our label. If we don't have a checkbox, we just have the basic label in small, medium, or large, which are basically the same thing, but it's fine. And then in other mode, we are kind of good. We are kind of good. The only thing I don't like is that close button or collapse button. But yeah, it's made here. Officially, that's not the case, but we'll see what we can do. I really don't like this one. Really don't. I'm gonna retain that and then go back to my regular sonnets. I don't know why. Some models are just better than others from my point of view. Dividers. We could do the dividers. That's not very hard to do. But is it making sense to create though? I feel like no. I feel like some of the more interesting thing might be the file upload, but that's gonna take a while. Not gonna lie. this is a lot. Native navigation is gonna be kind of bad, but I think we do have breadcrumbs already done, which are pretty like the words, brain, the words. Standards, yes. Breadcrumbs are pretty standards, so I'm pretty fine with that. I would say the only thing that might be a bit weird is the spacing in between our elements in the breadcrumbs. We kind of want to have them with an even amount of space on both sides of the separator. That's the only thing, so I'm just going to say that it's going to be fine. So small tweaks on the thing that we have in the breadcrumbs red from navigation. We want to have an even amount of spacing. On both sides of the separator. Of the selected separator? Yes. I've seen as well a lot of people that are building things with cursor using the voice control and whispers and other things to make sure that you have like a proper speech and that it outputs exactly what you want. The issue that I have with that is that my brain is rambling and moving around when I don't know. I don't know what I'm about to say when I start the sentence. And sometimes I need to pause for a long time when the brain is not cooperating with what's in there. So that is, you know, sometimes taking a lot of space. That's still not good though. Why did we remove the margin left? Maybe it's just that? Nah. Why in that? That's not it. That doesn't seem to be it. You know, that's the same thing. Nothing changes when we're doing that. And yeah. I feel like maybe if we do a margin as a regular margin, that might do something. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Holy shit. That's much better. And margin 1 is what we want, so that's good. The other fix that we wanted to have when we are going back here in our tabs, we have a proper tab system, which is working. It's not exactly what we have in the design, which is good. And then in the, that's wild. Pagination is going to be working as well. That's fine. Drop down is the select, so that's the same. The command K doesn't exist yet. And we said the progress is probably what we need to work on the most. So let's go back into slider and ranges, which is similar to my progress bars. I'm gonna try to do that without the MCP so that I can show you exactly how I do it. But it's gonna be really simple. So I'm gonna use my 50% right here to showcase, basically, not that, to showcase all of my variations of the same element and make sure that this is like a stack that is probably reusable, easily placeable somewhere, and so on. Make sure that this is like a bit more stacked than what it is. And so this is my frame of reference for my progress bars, basically. So I have this that I will have as an image that I can copy and paste. And I say, let's work on the progress slash sliders slash range element. And then I just paste the image so that we have the thing. The completion portion that take the color is getting a gradient treatment. And then I'm gonna just check, what do I do? How did I do it? The gradient treatments is basically an addition layer on top of my colors. Within, if I just do that, it's gonna help. So I'm just gonna copy paste or duplicate, screenshot that section right here, so it knows exactly that it's the color in the background and then the overlay of gradient that is on top with the position of 0 or 150 and then 0 for the values. So that's gradient treatment. Sometimes I'm just saying image 2, you know, just for references. And then the progress, without the T, progress value can be placed anywhere, basically. With props. And so that's the regular progress bar. And I'm just gonna say progress bar on this one, just so we are working on one at a time and see if that works. In terms of what we want, we know that the inside is getting a shadow and the track is getting a shadow as well, like a dual shadow to have like the inner and outer thing. That could be something that we have and display, but I don't know. I'm just gonna do that. The track is taking slate dash A4 alpha 4 as a base. There, we'll see if it works. If that works, we go. As always, the main goal is to ensure that if you have a color that is used somewhere, the color itself can be used as an accent color, extracted and abstracted from the whole system. So if one day you want to change your theme and say that your main color is not teal, but it's red, you can do that. And it changes everywhere. That's fine. So far we are pretty good, but we want the gradient to be on the other end. We'll see. We will see if that helps. I don't think the potential variations, sending that within the MCP is going to be better or faster overall. So for now, just testing that out. God damn, is it slow? Is it slow? Oh my god. Sometimes as well, I'm changing these with titles. I've done that before. Say that the progress left, progress right, progress left top, probably progress left right as well, and then progress bottom left and bottom right, and tooltip up or down. All of that so that it knows exactly what we are trying to achieve, but that sometimes takes a lot of time. Sometimes takes a lot of time? Yes, most of the times takes a lot of time. So that's the situation. This is so slow. God damn. Also, the Figma variable are in the way. So this is also something that I noticed, where here, because we are currently using our accent color and our slate and so on as our base colors, this is good. The accent is already an abstraction level on top of my primaries, but for the others, my slate alpha 4 and my slate solid 12, these make sense. For a lot of other things, when it comes to like the designs or the effect that we have, if I go back into our buttons, for example, that's going to be the easiest thing to showcase, even though the most massive thing. These values are getting components slash buttons slash primary slash background. I think that's the thing that I have said. And so this is an abstraction token that is going so deep when background is basically just using till 9. But Figma doesn't really know that abstraction, or at least the MCP doesn't give me the fact that if I'm going into my primitives right here, which is the initial thing, and then going into the buttons, which are somewhere around here, my primary and default, basically my background, which is the one that we have, is using my accent solid 9, and my accent solid 9 is as well an abstraction of something. So I'm currently like in solid, and I have the 9, which is my color teal solid 9. That level of deepness that I have put in place inside of the Figma file isn't something that transpire within the MCP, and so that's kind of bad, and that's pretty good. That's wrong. So above left and above right are not working, which is good to know. And the others are pretty much working. The values are good. The transitions are okay. We need that to be different values, different things. It's pretty cool. We don't really need like different versions of this, even though the slimmer are a tad better for me. But kind of fine with that. So above left or right doesn't work. Good to know. Both the above left, right are not showing. Same thing. I wish I could know exactly what happened and fix that by hand, but I can't. Drop you, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the test flight going? We haven't tried the app yet. Haven't even downloaded the thing. Yeah, that's a bit big. Yeah, above left and above right are wrong and non-working. So this needs to be changed. And then that's fine. Above left and above right are working now. Cool. Great. That's sad. That is sad. I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired as usual. That's the usual. New stuff when it comes to what I'm working on right now. Again, you haven't been here in a while, so you don't know. um, the the loading didn't load. So Can is the one that you remember, which is the Japanese learning platform, which I have, um, has been updated a bit with some new stuff, including some handwritten fonts for the quizzes, which is pretty cool, and some better quiz overall, some new dictionaries, and some teeny tiny animations here and there that, you know, don't change shit, but makes the app a bit more interesting. So that's fun. The new app that you have never heard of is this one, just perfume for your perfume collection. It's really nice, if I do say so myself. Um, so it's an app for you to journal like your perfume collection and your perfume experience. So today, for example, this is the perfume that I'm wearing. You can have a bit of an information about what is inside of the perfume, how does it fit in the olfactory wheel, and then you have like your journaling, so you can just you know, check things, give feedback for yourself, and that is then fed through so that I have like a bit of a proper understanding of what's my feeling about that perfume. So that's a fun thing. Um, and then you have just your collection, so that you can manage your collection. That's new app overall that you haven't seen, which is pretty cool. I've built so many others that you didn't hear of yet. It's gonna come back at some point. And then the latest one, which is the one that we talked about this morning, is this one, which if you didn't know about Bento, Bento.me got acquired by Linktree, and then Linktree decided to keep it alive for 2 years, and then last week decided to kill it. So now it's dead. And instead of finding an alternative that I should have done, I built my own thing. And so now you can just create your own link in bio thing where you have like all of your projects, all of your stuff. And since today, we have this thing, which is the case study presentation. That Zoom was crazy, which is a case study presentation where you can basically create a case study, a very simple and basic system, but it kind of works where you write your own article, you can have your images, you can have your stuff, and it's simple, it's easy. Then your user are going to be able to see that with that content directly, which is pretty cool. You know, for a visitor, having all the links, all the things. Um, that's the thing. That's what you've missed since the last time you were here. Not that it's a long time ago, but yeah. I think last time, let me check. Damn. Yeah, no, last time was last year in July. So, yeah, that's I think the based on your landing page um, that you shared right here, that's test flight one here. You you have things that are like pretty interesting and would work for what it is. I do remember when we worked on that logo sections. I think that what makes this not feel as good as it should is the color choice and the fact that the images are not images. I think that's the main thing that I would change right away. so that you have something that just work a bit better. If this is breaking, don't worry about it. This is my computer, not your landing page. That's a me thing. The flash is here because it's glass. It's just I don't have a choice. That's my computer. Just it doesn't like animation and glass at the same time. But yeah, like overall, if you changed some of the colors, because there are some of these purples that we have seen in a ton of places. Also, that animation with a teeny tiny bit of cards leaving around was pretty cool. And then you have like a ton of animation in the background that is kind of crazy. But if I go into UI 8, for example, and we take a look at a UI kit that is I don't. I guess finance is going to be a good option for basically what you have because this is a finance app. If I go back to some of the earlier that we have, like this purple is kind of similar to what you currently have. Not kind of, I think it's the same. That's the same thing as well. Same purple. So to me, that's what it gave me as a initial reaction of, oh, that's a template purple, like these ones. What kind of the template purple? You can kind of see that. So like it's kind of the same. So for me, I would say if you changed the purple color for something that is a bit more aligned with what you wanted to have, maybe that purple is good for you. I don't know, but maybe a different purple then. And then ensuring that the images that are presented inside of this are true images and not like these illustrations, that would probably help. That's the wrong one. Going back here for the illustration sections, if we have like basic illustrations for, I don't think finance is going to be useful. I think humans is going to be kind of the same thing or the same idea. You will probably see what I'm talking about, where they use that purple as well, which is going to be a while back now because illustrations haven't been at the core of UI 8 for a while. So, I mean, the newest illustrations are coming from the newer designers that are here. Obviously, if we could just release date but inverted, that would be great. But no, we can't do that. Like this one is kind of the same vibe. It has more colors, so it's a bit different, but it has a bit of the same vibe, the compared to the illustration that you currently have. That pissed me off. That's bad. But there is a very specific type of illustration that I know of that is using like a very similar color scheme and looks similar to what you currently have. So that's to me, that was the first feeling, I would say, where I was like, well, this is coming out of a template, and it's not necessarily a good thing. The other thing that I'm seeing right now is that you're using the green phone now that we are exactly in this position. If your app is currently in purple and you want to remain in purple, the iPhone Pro 14? I think the iPhone 14 Pro and Pro Max have been or have had a purple-ish iPhone. So if you use that one as a base for these mockups, That might be a very core thing so that it stays on brand and on purple. Um, so that's an interesting thing. And then for the way that it works, I think that's pretty good. There might be like a bit of an issue with the transitions here and there, but that's probably fine. But it's good that you have launched the thing on test flight, though. That's the most important thing. You need to make sure that the outputs that you have are working. And so, am I still open here? No. If I go back there, so there are things that, um, I don't think Figma community is going to be the best option for this. And I don't know if these mockups that looks 3D are the right ones to use for the app that you have just yet. Maybe not. One second, and then I'm going back to this one. Maybe you can just use shots. That might be just a tad better for what you're trying to achieve, because you can simply get into which phone do you want to have. Like, let's say I'm looking for, as I said, I think it's the 15 or 14 Pro Max that used to have, yeah, the deep purple thing, which apparently right now I'm not able to load. God damn it. The only one that I'm missing. But you have these. And then for the presentation of the mockups itself, you do have the ability to get like different versions. Some of them, if I remember correctly, have different rendering in terms of how they look. But it doesn't really matter, to be honest. It's just like whatever you want at this point. But I feel like there are like other options. But nonetheless, like this might be anything you need or anything you use. You get that, you just export that as an image, that is transparent image with no shadows, and then you can add a shadow in the website, and you end up with something like this. Like, that's fine. It's not perfect. Like, there is a ton of things that I don't like when it comes to the edges and how it's like not exactly inside of the frame, but it works. And like, that's enough. And then the same thing here. Like, it's just within the video, but like it's the same system. So maybe that simple shots is going to be a bit of a better option. But I don't know. Depends on you. Anyways, let's take a look at your initial flow. God damn. Yeah, I don't like that. Why do I need an account? That's gonna be my first question. Like, why does this need an account when it's supposed to be splitting bills with friends? Which I'm guessing it's probably an option for you to just select the friends that are currently at the dinner, currently at the party, the thing, the whatever, and then you split the bill. But yeah, let me sign in with it. You want my bank account? That is wild. That's a wild thing as well. If you don't need it, um, it's I kind of understand, but all right, debatable. Trademark, we're calling. All right. I feel like your buttons might benefit from having a not black background, but or black text, but white text would be better. Like right here, these are a bit better. That's interesting. Um, it's a good preview for what is new, so we do like it. And then if I'm here, I have my account. Sad thing, I selected euros and it's still showcasing the Czech currency, which I forgot the name. But you are using swipe navigation. Good job on that. I like that. I like that a lot. Um, and then my settings, very simple. Nothing in there for now. So we are good. All right. So if I click plus and I say the total was 153, right? And it's a group. And that's interesting. The IBAN is required. There is a lot of things that you are like requiring specific things that are blocking my use case or trying to use the things, which is kind of not the best. I don't know what I'm writing. I don't know if I can see what I'm writing, which is kind of bad overall. And I can't type on anything. This is kind of complex. I have a hard time understanding what is feasible in there. I would say that's the thing that is kind of weird. Like maybe if I create a new group, that's an option. But then what is in the group? And you have a new transaction that you can add to something. But then I am perplexed. Perplexed is the situation that I'm on. I'm guessing this transaction was like not working at 50% because yeah, the member on the transaction is like that. I see. That doesn't make sense. That's bad. All right, cool. So if I change one of the sliders on this page specifically, if I have to pay 33 on a 50 total, the other one is automatically needing to go down to 70 if it's like split it between two people. Because doing this and not allowing me to press add transaction automatically, then that's wrong. It should be 100%. Like both of these are listed under that transaction specifically, so that $50 is split in between the two. And if one of them is getting more or less values that they need to pay, the other one needs to be the opposite so that it's still equal to 100%. So that's kind of bad in terms of usability. But yeah, I have like a lot of things when I'm using it. I'm not using it because I don't have friends in there and IBAN and scannable um, receipts and or QR code to get the information. But overall, I would say what I am missing the most is going to be also that's not going to look good on stream. I just wanted to see what the light mode was looking for or looking like. What I have a bit of an issue with is your button sizes, which I know sounds kind of bad and kind of weird, but the ad group at the bottom is smaller than what I would expect. If I add a transaction, there are things that are moving in place, but I don't know exactly where I'm going to type. So, because I know now that the first keyboard is for the value that is at the top, that's fine, but then I need to go into the group and then I need to go into description, but when I'm typing on description, it's not moving the field in the view, like it's remaining here. So I don't know exactly where I'm typing, what I'm typing, if it doesn't focus or put the thing in place. So that's the first thing. And then once that's done, I don't really know. I think now it's working because I have these things. Like I have the group with two people. So I know that the group that I have selected, which is my new group, is uh, like defining between the two people that are in there. One of them is virtual. And when I'm continuing there, I will have the same ability to just split things accordingly. And if I add a transaction, which is supposed to be split, I'm probably supposed to get something in there where I would have the value in question of what are my transaction, uh, who am I supposed to pay some money to, and when or where is that? So apparently I'm $2 in debt, which is not true, but whatever. Um, yeah, there's something weird about the presentation in the order of things that you have. And then that button at the bottom right there, I don't like it. I think it's too small. It's too skinny. The recommendation for buttons on iOS are 44 to 48 in height, and this one is a 32, if not slimmer. No, that's a 32. It's not much of a difference, but it is a difference. And then your button for the edit in the top of the page is really tiny. If you don't pay attention, you don't know that there is the pencil in the top right corner. It's there, I can see it, but you wouldn't know because it's not using the default system. What are you using for that view? I mean, what are you using for the build? That's going to be my question. Because if it's Swift UI, then that's a bit of a different thing. If it's React Native or a package that is multi-platform, then there are things that I can't help you with because I don't know how they work. But if it's Swift UI, there is a ton of things that you can change to make things a bit more better. If it's Swift, then I would highly recommend you to use native components for most of these things rather than trying to rebuild everything. So if I have, who does that? This one does that. If I go to this one, obviously, let's say your button for adding a transaction is the exact same thing as my button at the top for adding a perfume. That plus button is the native plus button from SwiftUI as a default tab bar item. So it looks like this by default, it's accessible by default, and it behaves as it should by default, and I don't have to think about it. And then I just trigger a bottom sheet. So I forgot the name. There's a dot sheet or something. Presentation sheet or something. I forgot. I haven't been in SwiftUI in a while. And that is going to display the native sheets on top of the UI. So for you, you would simply have the exact same thing with all of your specifics for that sheet in question. And then you would probably have the text for that button like being in there and pre-selected when you're opening it for having your value at the top. But that's probably the case. And that's probably it. But you have like a native sheet behavior, and the top button is the same. These top button as well would be the same thing for media, like the native implementations. So for my group editing, let's say that this is the group for your current view. Same thing. I click on that. I have the bottom sheet that is the native bottom sheet, and then I have all of my settings, all the things that I can change, and so on. That is going to give your app a much better experience and feel by using the native components rather than using things that you have recreated on top, because otherwise the recreation is the issue for most of the interactions. Like things don't feel natural because people are expecting things to behave a certain way inside of SwiftUI specifically, and when it doesn't, it's just weird. Like that should be a bottom sheet, which currently seems to be a full screen cover, which is fine, but it's a full screen cover, and it could be something else. Which we do use a full screen cover on this one, for example. My quiz are in full screen covers, but they are still coming back native looking when I'm opening it, because my dismiss button at the top is looking native, even though that interface doesn't look native whatsoever. But you know, that's kind of fine. And if I make a mistake, that element at the bottom doesn't feel native because it's not. And I should make it a native implementation, but I haven't had the time to do so. So that feels more natural than what you currently have. So I would say, or as a high recommendation would be, make sure that you attempt, if possible, to use as many native components from the get-go, if that's an option for you. I know you've done a lot of work already to have like all of your screens and all of the values, all of the things done, and I'm saying basically rebuild the entire thing. But if you use native implementation, you would have like an experience that feels more natural, even if it's not as like intuitive as it needs to be. Just using the native components, some of the people that are using the app will be like, oh yeah, I know how that works, I know what that does, that makes sense. So yeah, I would say that's the main recommendation. That's interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have a thing with the currency issue. uh, yeah. I I mean, um I think it could work. In my opinion, and we've done like a bill splitting um system already for Denny at some point, where we just did that inside of Claude. And it's a very simple system, but yeah, the for me, based on what we just saw, the main thing that I would tell you to do as a friction removal is remove the need for an account in the opening of the app. Like, let people come in and add some people to a group, define the values that each people have been um, like have been spending and how much people are supposed to pay each other and so on. But if you want to input your own bank account so that you can have the QR code, then that data needs to be as secure as it needs to be. And therefore, this is behind the create an account to get secure QR code or something like this. So that way, first responders, first testers of the app do not need to get an account, because my reaction when I saw that create an account thing was like, oh fuck, yeah, well, no, I'm not doing that. But because, we're testing live, so that makes a lot of sense for me to make the account and so on. But putting the mandatory account creation is something that is kind of bad. So let people just create groups, add people, add friends, and so on. I don't remember if let me see. Uh, yeah, we've done that about, I think, a year ago now, and this was just a one shot from Cursor at that time. So it's been a while, and it's just you have one person, which was Denny. You have a person that is me. Let's say you have a person that is Stony right here, and like that's the easiest thing. We had an item that is the item 100. The price was 15, and two people had that. And these ones, so two people means 30 in total. And we know that A and S have been taking these. But then we had some wine. The price was like $15 per glass. We were three. There were five glasses. So, we know that technically that's going to be a bit more complex, but we all use, I mean, five is kind of wild, but maybe one of them is not going to be counted or something. Like right here, because it's five, but there is only three, there is a need for me to be able to double tap one person, which I didn't think. Whatever. At the end of the day, I'm getting this. Didn't have to create an account, didn't have to create anything. I just know that the bills are 105 and 105. D is spending 25 and the other two are spending 40. That's it. And if someone is paying the entire thing, like let's say that A is spending the entire bill, that means that A paid 40 plus the other two, so 105, and the other two are supposed to pay back 40 and 25, which is exactly what your app is doing. But again, I didn't have to create an account. I can just add the items and I'm done with it. And then I can just split and define who has got the thing. The only stuff that I need to change here is the fact that Uh, if there is a quantity that is greater than the amount of people, some people will have the ability to get that item multiple times. So you need to be able to click that name again, and that's it. But yeah, that's this. I mean, for me, the simplicity is what will make the app work better. So remove the login automatic or the mandatory login and creation of an account because it makes the app kind of frustrating. If possible, use native components for most of the app. You can use like a custom navigation because you've worked on the navigation system that you have in the tab bar right here. So that makes sense. Um, and and then it's just a matter of ensuring that the system behave as expected. So to repeat myself again, if you use native components, the system is going to behave properly because the system knows how things are supposed to, like, well, behave. So I don't know exactly which one would be the best representation for this, um, but I guess it's a checkup would probably make sense on this one. Um, so if I add like a bit of a note and I have a quick note right here, and I'm just changing this to something else, like that behavior behave, that behavior behave, that thing behave as expected. And if I do continue testing right here, let's say I'm starting to type right there, that makes sense. But if I'm starting to type again, you see how it bring back automatically the top of the field because the cursor needs to be in the view. And that only happens because I have an input field that is like the native input field. So it's just simple. It just brings back the thing. If I do that here, or if that field, for example, the skin chemistry at the bottom is right here, and I press on it to enter something, it's gonna move the field, even though it's not like moving it high enough for my taste. I feel like here would be a bit better. But you know, whatever. It still brings me the entire thing above the keyboard so that I can type and I can see what I'm typing. And that's because I'm using a native input field. So that's I would say that's the best main logic that I can give you is just it's gonna make sense. Um, let's see if it crashes the app now. Yes. Fuck. Oh, if I had known. I need the logs for this crash, but I can't get the logs for this crash. Anyways, so yeah, and using an OCR for scanning the receipt if you have a receipt. Yes, the thing with Venmo, Cash App, and other payment type requests, these platforms don't exist outside of the US. Like I don't have a Cash App, I can't have a Cash App, I can't have a Venmo either. So for someone that is in the Czech Republic, don't exist either. So, you know. Um, but yeah, um, if you use native components, you will have like a more native experience, and therefore it's probably going to be a bit better for you overall, but also for the user. So yeah, first for me, the first thing is just like the account creation. I mean, technically, the account creation makes no sense until you see that you need to input something that is like sensitive data as your IBAN. But yeah, again, Perfume doesn't have an account. Can doesn't have an account either. Um, I don't, I don't, I don't want you to create accounts. I don't care. The account itself doesn't bring anything. Like it's not more secure or less secure if you have an account. It's on your phone. Technically, the data that I have is not sensitive data, so obviously people don't care, and that makes sense. For financial stuff, you probably have a need for an account for anything that is stored that is sensitive data. But yeah, removing the account necessity, that's going to help. And then using basic components like native components is going to help you as well a ton. I would say if you are like me and you're building things using a cursor, then you should be just asking, like, you know, um, Dapshi, hi, what can I mean, you add AD? What do you mean AD? Also, that message, that welcome back message was on spot on. Good places. Um, the fuck was I saying? Dapshi, you fucked my train of thought. Um, yeah, if you're using cursor for building the app, then you have the ability to just get the thing kind of faster because it's easier for you to just say, well, this is the system, this is what we have, and this is what we need to achieve. If you're doing that by hand, then I understand. So it's a bit more complex to achieve, and it's fine. You know, it's fine. Mm. Mm. That's gonna be okay. I feel like that's a fine situation. I don't know why we have all of the variations under it, though. That's the thing that I'm like, maybe not necessary, but yeah. Yeah, if you have, I don't have that. If you if you have a cloud account and you just link it to your Xcode project file, whatever, you can use the agentic coding that they just implemented if you're on the latest version of Xcode to, just chat with whoever right there and get the output probably good. Most of the time not, but a bit better than if you are using like cursor or other things. So yeah, can I work on it? I'm gonna need to click on that link for sure. Um, I'm gonna. I like it. I like it. I feel like my computer is probably gonna break at some point. The stream is gonna. I feel like we need sound on this. There is a need for sound. The fans on my computer don't like it in the slightest. Oh, it's a wallpaper. My bad. I thought it was a game. I thought it was like a cookie clicker game where you need to just purr the cats. I like it. I like it a lot. I feel like if it's a wallpaper, it might be a bit um, not epileptic friendly, but why not? Why not? Anyways, back to this. Um, like if you're using Cursor, if you're using directly Xcode to get the output that you want with the agentic coding that they have put in place and so on, you will have the ability to just say, we currently have this screen that has been made. It's using the first version of the design. We need to change that design with something different, or we want to use as many native components as possible and just like implement it the best way possible. And that's going to be good. The other thing that I have found specifically for the apps that are not that complex, I feel like yours might become a bit complex when it comes to the splitting logic and so on. But nonetheless, you have the ability to just say, can you scan the entire code base and tell me where you see potential improvement in terms of UX and user flow, and in terms of UI, and Cursor or Claude or whoever is going to tell you, well, based on what I can read, I can see that this section is a bit weird, that this button is a bit smaller, that this thing doesn't use like a native component, for example, or whatever, and that might help. As we have mentioned before, right now, specifically right now, the ability to build something in less than 2 hours is crazy. So you potentially, not saying that you should, but you could potentially recreate the entirety of the thing that you have done now that you know what you need inside of the app in less than 2 hours by simply saying, I know exactly what are the flows, what needs to happen. Let's build it, let's plan it, let's build it, and then let whatever Cursor, Clove, Windsurf that you have build it for you, and then you're kind of done. So that's I would say that's something that you can do if you want to, if you have the funds, and if it's fine to just work on the thing. But again, um, December 21st last year, I started working on this. December 23rd, I had the landing page, the base of the grid editor, the hosting, the domain, the workers, the database, and the ability to potentially just send it. um, and then I had to go to the family stuff for Christmas and New Year's and so on, and then I came back on the 27th. And since then, I've been working on it sporadically here and there. And now we have a ton of more cards and things that are interactive and fun and whatever. But I would say total work on this thing is probably 2 weeks in cumulative time. Let's say let's say three or four, so that it gives you a bit of a greater idea. But that's about it, and I'm sure you can do the same. It might cost you a bit of money though. That's the thing that is kind of sad. I can't say no on this one. But yeah, that's the potential. At least from my point of view, that's something that you can do, and specifically now, and then get something out of it that is more aligned with what you had in your head, or publishable faster than what you thought you could be able to do. Like there is a ton of things that I'm in here and I'm like, fuck, I need to change this. I still forgot to change this. The fact that my currently live badge is cropped by the corner radius. That's bad. And then if I'm changing the theme, it's even worse. It's not where it's supposed to be. So you know, but that's something that I can fix pretty quickly and pretty easily by just asking there and be done with it. Nonetheless, congrats on having a test flight version. That's really cool. Not gonna, you know, say that it's shit that you have a test flight version. That's really cool. The fact that you have built it the old-fashioned way by hand is pretty impressive. I don't think I would have the ability to do so. So congrats on that. And now all you need to do is polish the thing. I mean, check the thing. That doesn't sound the same. But yeah, it's just like a matter of going through the screens and making sure that the screens that you have are aligned with what you want to have and then behave as you want them to behave. The other thing that I want to backtrack on what I said, which is very important right here. My personal experience with these bill splitter apps are specific to where I am from and my experience with my friends that have used bill splitters in the past. For you, where you are, maybe your experience is more aligned with what you have done right now, and therefore, my opinion doesn't matter. And most importantly, if you are using that with your friend groups, with your family, with the people that are around you, and it works and it's perfect and you achieve exactly what you want to achieve with it, and no one of your friend groups and no one of your circle is telling you that something is not working, then you're good. Don't listen to anything that I said. If it works exactly as it's supposed to be working and you are happy with the experience, and me as someone that is external that has like a different point of view because my experience with similar tools is different, but does it match your experience? Does it mean that I have the right answers? It just means that I have a different experience. So that's something that you need to keep in mind very strongly when it comes to this, where if it works for the region, if it works for the country that you're building it from, if it works for you and your friends, and it's like good for your experience, then that's all that you need. Nothing else. If you wanted to have it like open to more people and more countries, then potentially there are some changes to be done to make sure that it matches the expectation on these countries. But other than that, if it's just like Czech related, meh, why bother with the rest? You know, that's also the thing that you can do. You can just say, well, this app is just for the Czech Republic, and that's it. Nothing else. Probably a good idea as well. Probably a good idea as well. So yeah, we have sliders and range to do now. But congrats nonetheless. I still like that. That, and that. One option. I don't know why these are any different. Now that I'm like, why? Oh, that's why. That is why. My bad. Let's see with the MCP on this one. The previous one was good. I feel like the previous one was good. I also feel like this is going to be a probable addition. The handle itself needs to be something that is taken on its own. Same thing here. Overall good. Fun with it, but this is The honesty I always hate and love to get. Yeah, I mean, if the app is kind of good for you and it works with your friends, then it works. And it's just like I have a different experience and a different expectation on what these things work and are, but that's the only thing that you need to care about. Um, I guess just if it works for you, it works for you. Now we need the single handle, multi-handle, I guess. Um, Multi-handle range and slider versions. Um, these contain the handle component and with the fucking thing in the right place, and the tooltip component, but we can use the existing in the right holder, the existing tooltip for now, unless you want, but you know. Good. That's what needs to happen. You need notes. You need to take notes. Um, the thing that I would say, like going back to, I'm gonna showcase that here. That's gonna be faster. Going back to Perfume, the reason why I'm taking so long to release the next version, for example, for this one, is because I am working on a very specific animation that I want to be as perfect as it can be, which is right here, where I'm like, let's give it another go. So I need to start wearing this thing, and it's just I want the spray animation that needs to happen right here to be as good as it needs to be, so that it feels more natural and it works within the app and where things are and so on. And so I've been working on that for so long to make sure that that teeny tiny animation works, and I'm still not happy with it. And then once I implemented this thing, for some fucking reason, as I showcased earlier, the end of day testing is now breaking. So my stop wearing thing right here is probably going to be good. But if it was like a testing session, and it was the end of day checks, is basically breaking the entirety of the app, and the app is crashing. And I don't know why. So that is the type of thing that I kind of want to understand. But, you know, like that takes a lot of time for me um, to figure out and to make sure that it's polished enough and working and so on. But it takes a while. It takes a while. All of these are retesting currently on this. All of that section. I need to change that. But yeah, that whole thing is taking so long to make sure that I have exactly what I'm looking for. And it's just I'm testing it. If something is just doesn't feel the most right, like if something is just it's too slow, or I'm tapping on the button twice because I'm trying to reach for something, but it's not exactly what I'm expecting it to be. And all of this is obviously something that comes with time and experience and attempts and testing and years and oldness, but old age. Um, but that's just me. Again, the expectation and the judgment, I would say, that I put on my own product is way higher than the judgment that I was putting on some other products. Like, some of the companies I've worked on and at in the past, in the beginning, I start to be at my level of expectation and diligence and making sure that everything is as good as it needs to be. And then after 3 to 5 times where the amount of polish that I'm putting in doesn't really receive any positive or negative feedbacks, um, and it's not recognized as good or bad, but just okay, cool, then I kind of lower my standards, my own standards, and build something that is just it's working, it does the job, and that's fine. But my standards are potentially higher than other people based on personal experience, personal preferences, and past experiences as well. So, you know, additional stuff. This is so long. While this is working, I'm gonna pee again. I forgot to take my meds. I just noticed that. Goddamn. This half pill in the middle of the day makes absolutely no sense to me. And I forget. I mean, I haven't missed. No, I missed a day on Christmas. But yeah, I always forget the time. This is still working, by the way. I haven't finished anything. Um, I also fear that this slider in range that basically needs to be additional versions of this thing, not necessarily going to be a good. Yeah, dang. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I want to go back to what Denny said last time, because he was right and I was wrong. That, accountability and shit. Um, Borders cannot take a gradient apparently, or at least not take a gradient in Tailwind, which I was surprised. I thought we could, but apparently we can't get a gradient. So most of the outputs that we have so far have been just, yeah. Not so good. We have this. You can see that uh, white white border value. That's wrong. So the handle border need to be at 12%, 12% opacity instead of pure white. I think 12% is going to be a bit strong for what it is, but usually we go at 8, but because it's a handle and the handle is already kind of light, I feel like that's gonna help to highlight the bottom, highlight the top. Should be a pretty good option. Yeah. Sample. Does it contain, that's my question now. Does it contain somehow some effects that I didn't think of? No. Yes. It's the drop shadows. It's my drop shadows effects because they are multiples. So good to know. Label mode in tooltip. Yeah. How are our effects on this? That's kind of not exactly what we want, but I guess this is the same. That's a bit too much zoomed in. It's a bit of the same of the usual thing. So we want to have, based on our label right here, the value that we have for our shadows and elevations within are currently set to -1, I think. And that -1 is not necessarily what we want to achieve. So that's a small detail, but that's fine. I guess I'd be okay with it. I think I would like for this to be draggable and usable in the preview, but apparently that's not the case. So, yeah, just have it here. But that's fine. I'm fine with it. Yeah, I think that's okay. Not the best of all, but okay. The tooltip version should only show the tooltip on hover. That's it. That's all I need to say. Nothing else. That's the most important thing. It's just like on hover, you have the tooltip, and then you're gone and done and good. So that's my slider and range right here that are going in. Really good. I think we could have one of the half circle sliders, but that's like a bit more complex, and that might be for later. So I'm gonna dismiss that for a second. I do think that my select and my drop down menus needs to be combined and created very soon, because they are based on the inputs. So, you know, like that's the thing. And then basically the input, text area, and select are all exactly the same. But it's basically my input getting an icon on the right. So right here, and that icon is supposed to be the chevron, and that's it. And then on click on that input, just drop the content. So that's good. I will go back to my input field section, and now we can tackle the text area. Select and drop downs, because they they are all derivative of the base input. And we'll see if that happens. So basically they are supposed to behave the exact same way. The only one that might be a bit different is some of the states. Basically, the input or the select is displaying the input field as if it was filled. Same thing for the drop down by default, and there is no option to type inside. It's just like the visuals and the designs are exactly the same. So we want to make sure that cursor understand that, and that the system does understand that as well, to have the entirety of the things proper with these, because they look the same. And technically speaking, that element is the input field base, at least in the Figma file, so that's we are good. The thing that is going to be a bit more complex is going to be that one where we kind of want to make sure that this section is built in the correct order. So as I said, that means creating the menu option first, then the drop-down header list with the header and all the profile at the top. And then from there, creating the container that has everything. Like this one, for example, is just doesn't have the header that is displayed. Brain, please. So that's the thing that changes. And then we have like multiple variations of the same thing. So that's important. But then going back to these ones, these are really similar to the label. So we can reuse the label or the tag as a base for our structure, and then reuse that as the entry menu option right there. So we'll see what we can do with that. But for now, kind of want to see this. Kind of want to see this not take 6 days to figure out what needs to happen on this. Because goddamn, I'm also really scared. I'm gonna be honest on this one. I'm really scared on the amount of files that this thing is currently creating. The amount of dedicated CSS files, the amount of dedicated config files, and the amount of index files that are absolutely empty is kind of crazy. I feel like this, even though it's the same, it should be something at the top level. Like if I'm looking between this one and this one, the only difference is going to be the title, breadcrumb or badges, and it's just a duplication of the exact same fucking file. So it should be, in my opinion, an index at the top level of my component section, like basically this. And then that index is just getting or receiving the component in question that it needs to be. And technically, I would say, because the index is currently this, which is a much better looking preview of what we currently have. And then that index is the sub index inside of each of my folders. I would say potentially get this as a viewer.html, and then this is my index. So I'm just going to load the viewer and then load the component that I clicked on after that. That feels like a better option, but I kind of understand as well. This looks like shit, bitch. That's not how you're supposed to do things. But yeah, that's a probable section. I just hope it's reusing the exact same thing. Yeah, it does. It's doing things properly. So we'll see. But yeah, that's my brain is really in the saving of space, since Cloudflare kind of gave me a bit of a taste of running outside of the limit that you have in the Cloudflare worker for deployments and the hosting, and be like, well, no, you can't do that. So now I need to make a decision to make sure that the entire thing is a bit lighter than what it is. as often as I can. So right this instant, it feels like it might be faster for me to just go through the entire list of all of our components one by one and just say, well, if it's the exact same content and it's just the title that is changing, does it really matter? No. So for now, it's fine. But then, you know, maybe after that, we can play with something else and ensure that it's just like combined and condensed into less files, deleting all of these to create something a bit better. That will be a task for later. But for now, testing things. My select is done. That's good. It's an optional thing, which not even has an icon. The icon has something in it, which I don't know who did that tail, but that tail is not working. I feel like, based again on what we just said, the label for, since it is a derivative component as well, right here, and the helper is also something that we have in multiple places, it might be better for me to get a helper component right here and then a label component right here as well as a separated page with dedicated controls, and then that way we can reuse it on other places. That's the atomic design system in my head that is speaking, because it would make a lot more sense, to just do that. But we'll see. That's the same thing. And based on all that, I think I'm gonna do that. So we have the select, we have the text area, which is basically the same, and then we don't really have a drop down element unless we have it here, but that drop down is just a drop down content, not the drop down that is supposed to be inside of our select. So basically we need to reuse the drop down content into said select. So probably gonna do that. Let me just split the label. We should split the label and helper and separated component, like we did for the checkbox and radio button. Yeah, also be used somewhere else. I don't know. I feel like maybe that's a bad move. We'll see in a second. That's all that matters. We'll see that in about a second. However, 1 second. That bad. Bad. Receiving DMs from people. That happens. Yeah, I don't know. It might work. It might be a good idea to get like a label, because we can have a label somewhere else that is not linked to an input. That's a thing. And then we can have a helper text somewhere else. Like you can have a helper next to a card, you can have a helper next to something else, and it doesn't really matter. It's just like one of the easiest things that we can use, and we can use that for caption, subtitles here and there. So yeah, that should work. But then I really fear the refactoring that I need to do for the index.html for each, and the globalization of the navigation, because I feel like the viewer is the issue, because we are reloading the index every time, and that's why we are flashing. As I said, like when we are moving between this to this, the micro flash that we are seeing every time is probably because we are reloading a new index every single time. So I would love to avoid that and simply say these buttons are pointing to the content that is supposed to be extracted from the component.css and the component.js files instead of their HTML files. So that's gonna take a while though. And this is gonna like require some sort of an external thing for sure. I'm not doing that on the same chain. And I'm probably gonna need to save first, so I'm gonna wait for this to work. Form label is a wrong title, but I get it. And then one other thing that I didn't say, but also is pissing me off, is the fact that we have an input, we have a dropdown, we have a toggle that exists in our components, but in here, in the buttons, in the selection, nowhere we are using our own components. That makes no sense. No sense. I think that might be a good idea, but I don't know. I have no clue. So yeah, going back to the next Wednesday discussion, I don't know if the stream is going to be either starting later or ending shorter. That makes no sense. Or not happen at all. I'll probably decide that on Monday. Because the event is full day event. They have requested or required, no, they get the space for the full day. It starts like at 9 a.m. up to 6, which is pretty impressive, and it's not too far off, so that's a good thing. But we'll see. That's an event with cursor right here, so that's the reason as well why most of my stuff is free on the cursor, is because I'm going to the event and I'm getting some of the creators and the team at cursor in my pockets. So benefits here and there. Networking is a pain in the ass, but it's necessary. Specifically when it's for the French. Oh, I realize what I'm doing here, which is really bad. Basically the changes that I just did is creating this right there for the anatomy section, which that anatomy section is going to need to change, because it's combining everything and it's not supposed to happen. So yeah, that's gonna simplify here and there, but also being a bit more complex. Goddamn. As long as it works, though, that's the right. As long as all of these are properly displayed and showcasing what we're supposed to see and have. Like that's gonna be the thing. I feel like that's gonna be good. And then the other thing is done. Cool. So these have been extracted, which means that my inputs and so on, we should have pages though. I fear that they now have splitted them here as well. I don't see them in the sidebar. I don't see in the sidebar. Let's see if that goes somewhere for the thing in question. Damn. Damn. Yeah. That's also really bad. So, see, this is also something. The component map is hard-coded, which I think is a very bad idea. I think that shouldn't be the case. Because yeah, also that's wrong. Do we have the helper? No, we don't. Not coding the content map is a bad idea. I don't know if that's yeah, I forgot the word ID, but it went through. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It could be something that is like built or fetched or as a lookup within the component, like within the component folder. You should be able to just look through and figure out what is, what isn't useful. But yeah. Something is feeling wrong. Something feels wrong on this. Yeah. I feel like that's gonna, yeah, be the same. Oh my god. Why does button doesn't have the fucking form selection? That makes no sense. So my index that is the component builder right here is then generating everything by hand. But then I'm guessing I'm losing some of these. Maybe that's wild. That's wild. Why am I seeing this here, but not there? Wild. I guess I need to remain on that page, but that, I mean, isn't visible when the user is on the button component. Yeah. Also called not look at my fingers when I'm typing. I wish I did. Maybe that's something that we could do on stream as well. I know that I've seen a lot of people, a lot of streamers as well, do some monkey type in the beginning of the stream, like the first 15 minutes, and then the type racing with the chats. I don't know. I don't know if I can do that. Oh, I see. Okay, that works. Kinda. It works. It works. I'm gonna be okay with it for now. I'm gonna save that. That's just a checkpoint, doesn't matter. And we're gonna go on a new chat and ask for the biggest of questions. And I'm just gonna use the alert and avatar for now. And so when I look within each component folder, we are duplicating the exact same index, but we change the title, and that's it. I feel like centralize the view and simply get or the grid. We'll see if that works. So yeah, that's for me, that's the thing. It's basically like, because they are exactly the same, no questions. The only thing that changes is the script for the content, which is always the same roughly, and then the title that is changing. So we want to simplify that by having less files in the whole system, but then going back to some of the things that I said on Monday, because I want this thing to be using HTML and CSS as much as possible and less or not too much JavaScript in general, it might make this system a bit more complex because we don't have a build system. But technically speaking, it's just a CSS value and a config.js value that is injecting the component, I think. So, I mean, we don't know, but yeah, I feel like it should be simpler. Yeah. They all look the same. That's the thing. And then the config is not the same every time, which is good. That's what we want to have. Which I think the config is for um, the viewer and the view that we have there. That's the plan. So we should be good, but goddamn. Goddamn is the right answer. This is taking so long. Oh my god. I think after that, we could tackle the dividers because they are pretty easy and we have the button groups already in the buttons and the badges. So we have most of the things that are necessary, like text, button groups, and labels that we then need to be able to just reorganize stuff. And then we have two versions, a dashed version and not dashed version. So that's an option for us to do. It's very simple and it's going to be pretty fast. The others that are really complex are going to be the file upload because of the particle effect and the fun stuff. That's going to be a bit more complex to do. So I'm not going to do that today. The date picker, we have a pretty good base. I feel like there are some necessary extension for the range of fonts and the range in total on how the things are going to behave. And then we're going into other things like the tooltips and the alerts and potentially creating a table that's probably potentially maybe a thing that is good. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, I fear. Checkbox, button. I don't want to open all of them, but I feel like I don't have a choice. Right here. I also fear what I just did. Good thing I saved before, though. I think we're good. I think most of them are good. Yeah, so this one is still there, and this one is still there. Let's see if that works. That's bad. That's bad. So basically everything that I had is now broken. That's great. If only. If only. I'm probably gonna have to revert on this. But it shouldn't cost much in reversion, so we'll see. We will see. But you know, I feel like, I mean, that's not a viable version of whatever that thing is. I need to be able to get access to all of my elements and properly see them, but no. That's pissing me off. That's taking way too long. So let me go back there, and then go back there. Yeah, I think I know why that happens, but um, I'm gonna reverse everything, everything, yes, everything, and then say we have a flash when we switch between component from the sidebar. And that's just a vague enough thing to see what happened. Um, what I'm doing right now is really bad, by the way. If you are someone that is using cursor, please don't do that. I just reverted the entire thing, and I am almost certain that the revert code that I did from the GitHub app and not from cursor directly has retained some of the memory from that chat specifically. Even if it's faint and if it's like not much, there is a trace of something that happened, and therefore there might be some issues in the chat itself. And I should probably have created like a new chat to make that work. But yeah. Um, it's not a theme related stuff. Yeah. But it will work. It will work for the theme. The issue that we had with the theme specifically is that if I switched to here and then I changed uh, my selected element, it's going to cycle through and not retain itself. But yeah, no, that's bad. So that's not the same thing, and I'm gonna re-revert it again. Goddamn. Um, on the UI side, as if the whole page was non-loaded and then loaded for a split second. Not two C's. Nothing to do with the theme. Yes. We'll see if that helps. However, I don't like this. I don't like this. I feel like my form label is not following the input, and my input in dark mode and light mode is non-existent, which I fear is because we haven't done it. It's probably the case. That's probably the case. Yeah. Yeah. A view transition makes a lot of sense. Indeed. But a fade in makes no sense. I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, it's still the same. Do I care though? No. No, I don't. No, I don't. Let's revert this entire thing and delete it so that we don't have any memory on this. I think I need to go into the input field section and then just state light mode, because otherwise it's not going to work. So for my light mode version, we know that we need to have that. Oh, and Figma is currently freaking out. I see. What's going on? Can you load? Can you let me do the thing? Yeah. My stream is probably crashing. I'm gonna say that right now. That and that and then that and that and that and that and that. That's the whole thing, I think. I think that's the whole thing. Let's see if we can do that. That's a lot of tokens for this, but yeah. To implement the light mode for these. And that could work. That could work. That's gonna take an hour, so I'm gonna find someone to raid. That is where we are going. Who is currently live? We know that Props is live, and that's Props is not live alone. That's a new one. That's a new one. That's interesting. We could do that. We could do that. Yes. Yeah. I feel like that makes sense. I feel like that makes sense. Yes. I'm gonna send you two props while this thing is kind of broken and working. They are doing a dual stream people, so that's interesting. It's a new one, and we've been there. That's the wrong key. Been there before. So yeah. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. As always, if you have a question and I'm not live during the weekends, you can join Discord to ask the question there. If you're looking for a place to place all your links, Ban is pretty good. And if you have a good perfume collection, perfume is pretty nice. As always, if you want to learn Japanese, Can is good. And we're currently working on the Mom UI kit, which is currently $80 and will be more expensive when the code drops in. But that's not for soon. But that's for soon-ish. So do with that what you will. As always, I forgot the fucking number. Yes. So it's going to be 22. And yeah, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'll see you all on Monday at 1:30 p.m. And probably not on Wednesday, based on events. Or very early on Wednesday, and then I'm cutting it short so that I can go to the event in the afternoon. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, take care of yourself. Bye.